big yellow robot.
Hey, Tyro, over here.
It's a price list for the oils, solvents, and catalysts they offer here. At the bottom, it says that all payments must be made through an account with Metromind, which I don't plan on opening. It's a price list. High-end astringent and catalytic fluid. They belong to the bar.
Boss, I need that arm.
Crispin, it appears to be a self-aware robot.
Now I need it even more. Can you imagine? The adventures of Crispin and his arm. For once, I would have a sidekick. He would crack jokes, and I would say lame things like, "It appears to be a self-aware robot." Actually, on second thought, you can be the serious one, I'll be the sidekick.
Hello?
Boss, he's an arm robot, not a mouth robot. I wouldn't expect much of a conversation.
The mug belongs to the bar. It's a big blue cup. They're taps for dispensing oil. I'd have to buy something.
Aw, it's so cute.
I'm waiting for the punchline.
What, can I like a cute little robot once in a while?
I doubt it.
I'd keep my distance, boss. He could spray you at any moment.
Hey, Tyro, over here.
It looks like a lighthouse, only without the house, or the cool stripes, or the coastline, or any boats. I guess it just looks like a light.
Are you finished?
Yes.
Hey, Tyro, over here.
Can't you see I'm trying to spin down?
You know, Crispin, that robot looks a lot like you.
Yeah, if you take away the charm and chiseled features.
I'll keep that in mind for when I upgrade you.
Hey, Tyro, over here.
Just ignore him. Ever since his last megacycle trade.
A sturdy little robot. It's some kind of robot that's lighting up the street, seemingly at random.
Hey, Tyro, over here.
How come he gets to have 7 appendages and I don't get any?
Probably because he makes himself useful.
Just wait till you need another lamp knocked over, boss. Then you'll sing a different tune.
Some kind of liquid dispensing
Hey, Tyro,
robot.
over here.
A ramshackle robot. Looks like he's been rebuilt a dozen times. A tiny robot.
Hey, Tyro, over here.
All storage bladders empty.
I guess that's a good thing. Boss, even if there's some code to crack here so that we can understand what it's saying, I propose we just ignore it. Maybe, for
Hey,
once, the
Tyro,
other
over here.
robot can figure out how to communicate with us.
Agreed.
All storage bladders empty.
Since robots away.
Hey, Tyro, over here.
When I started working on Primordia with Vic, my daughter Eleanor was just about 2 months old. By the time we've shipped the game, Eleanor is going to be almost 3, and my second daughter, Alice, will be almost 9 months. Put another way, Eleanor learned to eat solid foods, crawl, walk, talk, in the time it took us to finish this goddamn computer game. One oddity of the fact that Primordia and Eleanor grew at essentially the same speed is that Eleanor has watched Primordia develop as she has developed. Along the way, she's become more and more interested in it, finally culminating in her referring to it as the spooky place that she insists on seeing at a regular basis. At some point, I'm probably going to make her do a Let's Play of Primordia, though I think that may take a little while.
Hey, Tyro, you blow in off the dudes?
Tyro?
Prefer a newbie, huh? Look, let me tell you how it is.
How about you don't? I've had enough of this city already. All I want is my property back and a ticket home.
Ticket home. Fat chance, Tyro. Anyway, listen up. You want to sell yourself to Metromind? Go ahead. You want to trade that junk you brought in from the dunes? Leopold's your man. That floater there, I'll give you something special for him.
How special?
He's not for sale. The only thing you might have that I want is information.
Well, you know what they say. Talk's cheap. Ask away.
Who are you?
Name's Leo. Leopold Steeplebuild, version 7. You?
Horatio No Build, version 5. And this is Crispin Horatio Build, version 1.
Leopold? Hey, you didn't build a lunatic named Ever Faithful, did you?
Do I look like I'd build someone named Ever Faithful Crispy?
Crispy?
What are you selling?
Bartering, not selling. Metromine don't tax bartering. Not yet, anyway. Come take a look.
Leopold's UI is another example of the way in which we use the UIs to let the player have a much more tactile experience. Obviously, you could trade with Leopold off a list, maybe even through the dialogue system, but in this case you get to actually look at what's in his box, and it gives a sense that he's a guy who trades in junk far beyond the items that you need. It's another case of us trying to make the world seem larger than Horatio's quest. In fact, initially we had planned for the interface to be much more elaborate. Robots from around the city would show up and trade items to Leopold, and he would trade them items back, and you would basically have a shifting inventory there where you'd watch what was coming in and coming out, and sometimes you would and sometimes you wouldn't have the items you need to trade to get what he currently had in stock. Ultimately, that seemed like it was going to be much more of a pain than it would be helpful for the player, so we streamlined it a bit. But I still think that it has this nice feel of a big shop, kind of like the shop in Monkey Island where you ultimately get your sword. Having the larger inventory also made it a little bit less obvious what the trade you were going to need to make would be, and made the player actually have to think about the items that he would need. Also, it let us put in all these various Easter eggs like the Fallout reference.
A binary abacus. Finest calculating instrument.
I'm fairly certain that my math coprocessor is superior. I have no need for an abacus.
Ah, good spot there, Tyro. She's a fine microfuse.
What's the catch?
Well, she's drained.
I guess that makes it free of charge.
We'll pass.
This here's a tape measure.
Ooh, get it, boss, get it!
Why do we need a tape measure?
So I can finally determine my circumference.
Tyro, I'm gonna do us all a favor and not trade you this one. That old boy is a plug board or a breadboard.
I know what it is.
Well, okay then. Bring me something that'll cover her face and it's yours.
Good idea, Leopold. You'd look much better with a mask.
Watch yourself, Chris.
Anyway, we don't have time to go around building circuit boards.
Famous last words, boss.
Now that's a nice one. It's called a memory access device. Lets you pull memories out of just about anything.
What do you want for it?
Got a customer looking for something real antique and fancy. Find me that, you got yourself a deal. That's a water chip. Scavenger brought it in from the dunes. I traded for a geck.
A what?
Never mind. We don't need water, let alone a water chip. That servo unit is hopelessly broken.
It just needs a little fixing up, Tyro.
I don't think so.
That's a fine tool. Got a half-life of 1,000 years guaranteed.
I'm not sure you know what half-life means.
You want it or not, I'll trade it to you for something shiny. One fine motor you spotted there, Tyro. Foreign built, out of Savitas. Can't do better. But if you can find a bigger one, let's talk.
Boss, is that another battery?
Looks like it.
Finest AA battery you'll ever see. May as well call it AAA, it's so fine.
Wow, that would have been useful to have before I went rummaging around a pile of tires in the junk pile. Now, not so much.
That there's an old Nova Robotics subsystem coil.
Not interested.
This is a Stirling air motor.
Would it help me fly?
Nope.
Then we don't need it. Hey, look, boss, it's a glass finger. If we got 5 of them, I could have a hand.
What would you do with a glass hand?
What wouldn't I do?
You want it? You're gonna need to bring me a glass thumb.
Oh, go wipe yourself.
Who is Metromine?
Who is Metromine? Russ Dan Bruin, you are a Tyro. Metromine? Well, Metromine is Metropole. Runs everything now. What with the council shut down?
Council?
Sure, a bunch of primordial machines. Arbiter enforced the law. The Warriors kept the records. Big old Factor built just about everything from down in the underworks. And, well, there's another one, I think. Don't even remember his name. And Metromine, of course. She used to run the trains, but now she's got the whole show.
Where can I find her?
Like I said, Tyro, she is the city. So you found her already. Probably locked yourself to her just to get here. Anyway, if she wants to talk to you again, you'll know.
I'm looking for my power core. It was stolen from my ship, the Unique, and I think it's being kept in that tower over there.
Great tower in there. Sure, it's probably in there, along with all the other generators and reactors and cores that keep the lights on.
How can I get it back?
If Metromine took it, you don't, Tyro. Her word is law. Arbiter's the only one who ever could have said otherwise. But he's been gone a long time. Getting to the courthouse, maybe you complete your case. After half a dozen other folks took their turns, that is. But you can't. The old judge locked it up tight. And who's to say you're willing, huh? My advice?
I don't want your advice. I want my power core.
Well then, good luck to you.
I'm looking for a big robot. It floats and has large claws and shoots lasers. Have you seen it? It stole something of mine.
Sounds like Scraper to me.
Scraper?
Worked for Metromine even before she ran the show. He was the one that blasted out the train tunnels under the city.
Where can I find him?
Now, how would I know that? That one goes where he wants. Maybe the Great Tower, maybe the tunnels, who knows? But I wouldn't go picking trouble with him, Tyro. Those lasers Scraper used for cutting granite can slice up that tin shell you're wearing like nothing.
Here, here.
I'll keep that in mind. I was robbed when I came off the train. Some robot paralyzed me and stole my Gospel of Man.
Careful there, Tyro. If you read the rules, you'd have known Metromine don't take kindly to superstition. Under the refuge rule, you got 2 days to talk about make-believe man all you want. But actual writing about man, that gets tossed to the underworks with the rest of the trash in trouble.
How can I get it back?
Ha! Your risk inhibitor flaking on you, Tyro? You'd have to do some digging down in the underworks, which ain't exactly easy. And even if you find it, you'll just be sticking your finger in Metromine's socket. Like I said, she got no time for heretics, lunatics, and the like.
How about quick-witted levitators?
Don't think she cares for them either.
How do I get into the tower?
You don't. Council members only. And the only ones still clicking are Metromine and Arbiter. And let me tell you, neither of them is one for bending the rules.
Are you sure you don't know a robot named Ever Faithful? He called himself Leo Built.
I'm a peddler, Tyro, not a builder.
What are the underworks?
A whole mess of junkyards, canals, factories, smelters, bazaar, every kind of heavy machinery. All beneath the streets. Old Factor ran the place. Built just about everything in Metropole down there.
Ran the place. Who's in charge now?
Nobody. Not since Metromine pulled the plug on Factor. Whole place is full of junk and full of trouble. Well, for the latter, I'd have picked a clean.
Well, boss, at least we can scratch one detour off our list. Seen one junk pile, seen them all.
Tell me about Arbiter.
He's a member of the council. Heard he used to fight with Metromine day and night. Ran the courts, or used to, back when we had him. One day he just sent his clerk Clarity down to the underworks and closed up shop. Ever since, Metromine says what the law is.
How long ago was that?
Who's counting?
You don't believe in humanism?
If you asking whether I believe in man, the answer's no. And you better not either. Not if you want to stay here.
But how can you not believe in man?
I'm a progressive, Tyro. I believe in progress. Us robots improve ourselves. And that's how it's always been. First, there was a basic machine. And bit by bit, bite by bite, the machine built itself into all this. You and me and that little floater of yours, we're all cogs in that same machine. And that's all there is.
Tell me about Clarity.
Clarity was one of Arbiter's law clerks. Real cool and calculating, that one. Once heard say that a robot should have a recharge port fused just cause he'd stolen power from Metromine. got in some kind of fight with the old judge, and he sent her down to the underworlds. Guess she's still down there stewing.
Goodbye.
Name's Leo. I'm sorry, Leopold Steeplebuilt. Let me say that fast one time. Leopold Steeplebuilt. Okay, there we go. Factories, smelters. Ooh, Bassard. Sorry. I'm getting, it's like I got like a corncob pipe and a bandana around my neck all of a sudden.
Corncob pipe and a bandana?
Yeah, you know, just incongruous and stupid. Doesn't go together. It makes no sense. But it's there.
Greetings, system user. Please state your query.
Greetings, system user. What do you want?
Boss, is that a floating robot with a claw and a plasma torch?
Technically, it's an arc welder.
Technically, that robot's builder is about 10 times cooler than you, boss. I think it's ignoring you, boss.
One challenge in writing for games is figuring out how to keep the story from standing in the way of the gameplay. With adventure games, players are actually quite tolerant of heavy storylines, lots of dialogue, fairly linear plots, things that lend themselves to making the writing fairly easy. At the same time, though, you really don't want to bog down the player with endless expository dialogue that they may or may not be interested in, and which may or may not be necessary for advancing in the game. Players still tend to prefer dialogue that has some function in terms of setting up puzzles, introducing new areas, and so on. One of the ways that we got around the limitations on how much dialogue we could have without boring the player was the use of the kiosk. Because the kiosk is essentially purely optional, although it does have some puzzle rules, we could fill it up with lots and lots of information that the player can just skip if he doesn't want to read it, but which an interested player, if he's curious about the game's backstory, can spend time digesting.
Excuse me.
Terminate unwanted discharge immediately.
I don't think he wants to talk, boss.
A small robot drawing lines on the street.
He's a robot dragging chalk along the ground, boss. I wouldn't expect much conversation.
Is advised that conversation will terminate upon answer. Instruct this unit when you wish to proceed. Save your game here if you don't have questions.
There are multiple recharge docks and cots in there. Must be some kind of dormitory. Better just to leave it alone. It's locked up tight. Anyone home? It's locked. Anyone home?
Hey Armstrong, top me off, will ya?
Hey, look, something came out of the machine.
Fine. Put me down for another megacycle.
Hey, boss, look! That repair bot has a floating helper just like you do.
There's a red, burning, crashed hover bus and a writhing electrical cable. And that's the first thing you notice?
I can't help it. She's beautiful.
Well, you're not getting to her until we deal with this cable.
Stop that. Stop. That was a robot burp. Metromon cracked his cokes and reset them. Cokes. He cracked his cokes.
A crashed hover bus.
So we're gonna fix it up and do something amazing with it, right, boss?
No, it's not our property or our problem. The bus must have snapped the cable on the way down. Given the electricity it's spitting out, I can't get close to it.
Too bad we can't just plug it into the unique.
It looks like he's trying to fix that crashed hover bus. A floating light bot. It's holding a spool of copper wiring.
It? She? And what is she?
One thing that's really kind of annoying about designing an adventure game is that players assume that any obstacle in their path can eventually be overcome. So if we put a giant burning crashed bus that's smashed through a bridge, the players inevitably assume that either they can repair the bus and fly off with it, repair the bridge and cross it, or, I don't know, transform it into a giant robot, whatever they think of. So in order to try to head that off, because we had this great background with the crashed bus, but we had no puzzles involving it, I decided to call the red bus a red herring bus. Hopefully players will get the point.
I think some of my favorite animation tasks for Primordia were the environmental animations for my backgrounds, because it kind of brings those still pixelated images to life a little bit. I took a lot of care with trying to get this stuff just right, and I think they turned out pretty well for the most part. I didn't just put in animations just for the sake of having animations. They kind of grew naturally out of each room.
Good old Crispin.
The only thing keeping me from my one true love is that cable, boss. I'll make you a deal. I'll solve our problems if you'll build me arms. You know, boss, you never did pick up that printout from the information kiosk. Danger. Sounds like we need to get into the courthouse and talk to Arbiter. Okay, but I'll give it to you at that Shouldn't we go find that big tower, boss? Boss, sometimes a builder just... I've got a feeling I'm gonna regret this, boss, but do you think maybe we should try scrounging in the underworks? Boss, did you ever consider that... Let's look around some more, boss. I'm in the mood for some new browns and reds. Boss, did you ever consider... It seems like the sparks are only a problem at street level, boss. Good thing I can fly. Okay. The only thing keeping me from my one...
The Law and You, a Metropolitan Guide. It's written by Clarity Arbiter Built.
You know, boss, you never did...
Hey, Armstrong, top me off, will you?
The Law and... It's written... Totally unilluminating.
Well, boss, somewhere in there is our power core.
Totally I need the council code. I need the council code.
It's council code is hard to say.
Council code.
Council code.
So I had this weird moment when a tester asked me whether the layout of Metropole was really realistic, and as I thought about it, I realized that, I guess subconsciously, I had basically laid the city out like the area of downtown Los Angeles where I work. Every day I get off the train at this beautiful Art Deco train station called Union Station. I walk down this small commercial street where various street vendors hawk goods at you, and then past there is City Hall, and next to City Hall is the courthouse where I work. And in fact, often there's a long line to get into the courthouse. Anyway, I assure you, if you need assurances, that downtown Los Angeles is not as dystopian as Metropole.
The Tower Base, definitely in my top 10 screens of Metropole. I just kind of like how this one came together. Interestingly, there used to be a couple of screens that would lead up to here. In my pre-production work for Primordia, I kind of laid out the areas of Metropole that I thought would be cool visually, and one of them was a trip on a small cable car up to the Tower Base here. So basically, instead of walking upwards from the main street in Metropole, instead of getting straight to the tower, you'd have a screen with a cable car that you'd have to fix, travel across through the air, and I just had some cool thumbnails for that I wanted to get in. I ended up painting, I think, 2 of those backgrounds. You'll probably be able to track down somewhere and check out. But yeah, it just kind of made a lull in the action when you got to Metropole for the first time. You couldn't get to the tower straight away, and yeah, Mark pretty much insisted we cut that, which I'm totally cool with. I mean, once Primordia sort of began to become a really fleshed out, full-on commercial game, I sort of went, okay, I got to stop experimenting a bit more here and kind of putting anything in that I liked visually at the, at the detriment of the player experience. So yeah, those ones are cut, and I don't really regret that much. Okay, I do regret it. I love those screens. Go check them out.
Looks like someone tried shooting the door, but the damage is entirely superficial.
Amateurs.
Anybody home?
You know, boss, I don't think that's ever going to work.
You never know. Some kind of... far too high to try climbing. Some kind of track running up the side of the tower.
Not gonna happen, Bob.
It's too heavy for me to lift. It looks like this metal disc is covering something.
Right, Cairo. Down there's the ladder to the underworks.
Hey, Armstrong, top me off, will you?
Crispin, can you fly around the cable and push it off the street?
But didn't you just say it's too dangerous to get close to it?
I'm giving you a chance to impress her, Crispin. Just fly up high enough that you don't get close to the sparks.
Fine. Maybe this is obvious to you, boss, but you might want to see if we can get that crowbar of Leopold's. I bet we could use it to pry up the manhole cover. And by we, I mean you, seeing as how I have no arms. Or interest in visiting the underworks.
Excuse me.
Can't you see I'm working?
I've said it before, but I'll say it again. You do know this ship is never gonna fly again, right?
You're right about that. This old airing bus could hardly fly to begin with. Still, there might be some parts here that Metromine can use to get another bus up and running. Anyway, what do you want?
So that's me doing the voice of the 4-bot, repair bot, or however you call them. I often give myself small, forgettable roles that I can't really be bothered to cast myself. 4-bot's probably one of them. I also give myself the voice of Scraper, the laser shooting robot who stole their power core. He had so few lines and he required a lot of processing, so I figured I'll just do him myself. That way, if we needed any tweaks, I could just quickly do them from home. So that worked out well. Also, the idea of the game's publisher being the main antagonist, I thought was kind of appropriate.
Hey, boss, ask him about his helper.
What happened here?
What does it look like? The airing bus's motor gave out and it crashed into the only bridge leading from Main Street to the rest of the city center.
Was anyone on board?
Sure, but they've already been salvaged.
Salvaged? Not repaired?
Can't repair without parts. You can't get parts without salvage.
What about building new parts?
Yeah, I mean, what factory?
What about Factor? Isn't he a factory?
Sure, decommissioned one. Look, everyone wants to spot bugs, but no one wants to write code. You got a better way to run a city? Go out and build one. Otherwise, get with the program.
You mentioned Metromine.
Yeah, sure. She's in charge of this big circuit board we call Metropole.
What can you tell me about her?
What do I look like? The information kiosk? I want to know what I think. Metromine is the best thing that ever happened in this place.
Really?
Really. You, me, all these other machines grinding about, we're just tools in the toolbox. But Metromine, she's got the master plan. Progress. Got a nice ring to it, too.
So as part of the master plan, crashing buses into roads?
Look, there's plenty of rust to go around, but Metromine's the only one scrubbing. Not her fault that some of the metal's too far gone.
It looks to me like you're the one scrubbing, not Metromine.
Like I said, I'm just a tool in the box. Now, I gotta get back to work.
With the philosophical issues in the game, one thing that I felt was very important was to make sure that both sides got a chance to plead their arguments as best they could. One thing that annoys me in some games, for example Dreamfall, is that they basically caricature the side that they disagree with and don't give it a fair hearing. Here, although Metromind is the villain and Horatio is the hero, although Metromind represents this kind of collectivist ideology and Horatio a kind of radical individualism, both sides get an opportunity to argue their position, and I think Metromind gets a pretty fair hearing. The importance of the repair bot is that he's not a crony who's in some privileged position by Metromind. He's really just a fairly run-of-the-mill robot in the city. And the case he makes is a pretty decent one. It's pretty apparent as you go through the Metropole portion of the game that the other robots in the city really aren't doing anything, and that Metromind really is playing an important role in trying to help the city survive. Even when you see the flashbacks and learn more about how it was when there was the Council of Robot, there's a real suggestion that the city was quite poorly managed. Now, it's not like Metromind is doing a perfect job, but I think the repair bot is right that she's at least trying to do something, whereas robots like Oswald and Cornelius or even Leopold are really accomplishing nothing to help the city stave off its eventual collapse.
You again? What do you...
Since you're so close to her, do you know how I can talk to Metromind?
Ha! Talk to Metromind. Look, Metromind has an entire city to run, but her eyes and ears are everywhere. If she wants to talk to you, she will.
I'm looking for a big robot. It floats and has big claws and shoots lasers.
Scraper. After the last big cave-in, the two of us worked together on trying to fix the blue line. It's on the simple side, but a hard worker. What about him?
He took something of mine.
Yeah, salvaged it probably. That's what most of us do for Metromind these days.
Stole it.
Hey, you say router, I say router. Anyway, not my problem.
Where can I find Scraper?
Do I look like a tour guide? Piece of advice for you. Don't mess with the code if you can't handle the glitches.
Very profound. Do you know where I can find a power source?
If I did, I'd have salvaged it myself and brought it to the tower.
When will the bridge be passable? Soon?
So I'd say something on the order of a month, give or take.
A month?
Give or take.
And there's no other way off Main Street?
Not unless you got a jetpack hiding under that jacket.
Well, at least that narrows our options down, boss.
My friend is curious about your helper.
No, she's just a sidekick factor build. Thousands of them rolled off the assembly line back in the day, but she's probably the only one left. Really not much more than a floating lantern, and headlamps are a lot cheaper.
She says you're not much more than a floating plasma torch.
She's right.
Goodbye.
Uh-huh.
She's holding a spool of copper wiring. I guess the pilot didn't see the stoplight. Better just to leave it alone. Totally. Hey, Crispin, why don't you go talk to her?
What? No way, boss. She's way out of my league.
She's a floating lamp, Crispin. You've never had any trouble with lamps before.
Well, I've never had to talk to one before, boss. Just knock them off ledges. I've got no practice.
Hey, Crispin, how about practicing on this lamp?
Oh, good idea. Okay, here goes. You really light me up.
Hey, Armstrong, top me off, will you?
Okay. Trust me. I know how to turn on a light.
Definitely not. Okay, that's enough practice for now.
Fine. Put me down for another megacycle.
All right, Crispin, it's now or never.
Beside you, all other... Whoa! That was so easy! She gave me a clipping of her copper wiring.
Hey! That wire belongs to the city. That's coming out of your salary.
You tell him.
So Crispin is always talking about how he wants to meet a gynoid, and then he falls in love with this lamp lighting robot. And you sort of have this background question of, what the hell is he talking about? I mean, this is a robot. What are they possibly going to do? It doesn't make any sense. And I was actually asked that in an interview on a website called taprepeatedly.com. And the answer I gave is that, first of all, I think Crispin should be understood to be somewhat facetious about this. That is, he's basically acting out a character. He doesn't actually want to hit on Clarity or hook up with her or anything. But I also do think that when you consider the fact that the robots in the game clearly have a capacity to feel pain, presumably also pleasure, that they have an aesthetic appreciation, that they have a wide range of emotions, presumably it would be possible for these robots to fall in love with each other. How they would consummate that is really anyone's guess. They have a lot of options, a lot of interface ports, things like that. You never know.
I'm pretty sure that wiring isn't up to code.
Metropol's bleak skyline.
Am I the one wandering across the entire city, whingering about a power core?
It's whinging.
Whinging. Sorry. Shit.
To rust with both you thieves! I almost said fiends. Fiends!
Can I try again?
No.
Can I try again?
No. Sorry, I was just messing around on that one.
That's allowed.
Adieu, adieu. Remember me. Hopefully he will like that take because it sounds like Bender going, "Remember me" from Futurama.
The courthouse is probably the best example of where we set up an easily identifiable goal to get into the courthouse, then had two clear sub-goals to clear the line and to get the key to unlock the door. And then within each of those were a series of nested goals to clear each of the three petitioners, to find whoever could give you the key to get into the door. And then in each of those, you have a series of puzzles that you have to solve. This kind of design I call free cell design. It's something that I talked about in an article I wrote on The Escapist, but the point of it is that you should be able to figure out all the steps you need to do to advance, such that as you go through the game it feels like you're strategically pursuing goals that you want to achieve, rather than like you're being dragged along by the plot or forced to solve puzzles for no obvious reason other than the fact that there's a puzzle right in front of you. Because the player has a great deal of freedom in terms of which of the sub-goals to pursue at any particular time, if the player gets stuck on one path, he can turn and go down another one. It means that the player has both more agency in the game and less likelihood of becoming stuck or frustrated.
A rotund robot wearing a monocle. A small, simple robot. A tall robot wearing a top hat. A complicated floating robot with a spinning antenna on its head. A tough-looking war machine.
Ahoy, my dear friend! Oswald Factorbuilt at your service.
It's no more your dear friend than Rex as your creation, you besotted gear oiler.
Oh, don't mind Cornelius. He's been bitter since the first great rolling brownout.
Bitter? Bitter? I'll show you bitter, you backbiting bot snatcher.
I think I like these guys, boss.
What's in that building?
Why, Arbiter's Court, of course. Why else would we be here?
I need to see Arbiter.
We all do, my dear friend. But the courthouse is locked, and first come, first served.
Why are you waiting in line?
Justice. I'm here for justice. To prove that I, Cornelius Factorbuilt, created this marvelous machine, Rex. Rex. Cornelius built.
Ignore him, my dear friend. Candidly, he is 10-23 flops short of a kilo if you catch my drift. The machine's name is Oswald Built. Rex Oswald Built.
This is over a name? Why not just let Rex decide?
Ridiculous. This is about principle.
This is about pride.
So, boss? Would you fight over me like this?
You could call yourself Crispin Crispian for all I care. As long as you still pull things off ledges for me, that is.
Glad to know I'm loved.
How are you going to decide who gets Rex?
For the law, fool. The law.
Please excuse my brother. He can barely remember pi to the 23rd digit, let alone his manners.
For?
I rest my case. Suffice it to say, old chap, we await the reopening of the courthouse. Or more precisely, we await a summons from Arbiter who will decide our case.
Who will say whose contribution was more important? Who will say, in fact, that my contribution was more important?
I'm looking for a big robot. It floats and has lots of claws and shoots lasers. It stole something of mine. Have you seen it?
Indeed. The robot you described sounds like Scraper, Metromind's enforcer. Whatever he took is gone forever.
I refuse to accept that.
Oh, he refuses. How delightful.
Do you know where I can find a power source?
Alas, my friend, power is not so abundant in Metropole as it once was.
Magak Metromind seized it all, seized it, and doles it out. And there's hardly enough to go around now.
Metromind keeps all power sources in the Great Tower where the Council used to meet. If you want to share it, you will need to pay her in megacycles.
Megacycles?
Yes, megacycles, you ninny. CPU cycles. Brain power. Kind of power she really wants. Her low-rate processor was made for running trains, not a city.
Could someone else judge your case?
Of whom were you thinking? Metromind, perhaps? Authoritative, to be sure, but I fear she would claim Rex for the good of all.
And since the subway schemer...
He means Metromind.
Shut down our builder Factor, he cannot help either.
What about Horatio?
Who?
Me.
And why should we listen to you?
I've built a robot before, and I have no stake in this.
Yes, well and good, but this is a matter of law and logic. A bit harder than banging together a tin can like your companion. How can we know your reasoning is sound?
Test me.
An interesting proposition. What do you say, Cornelius?
What do I say? I say that you are a liar and a thief, Oswald. But as to this Horatio, well, as to him, so be it.
Boss, if they make us find 7 lost crystals, I'm quitting.
Shh. Roger. Consider this. At the binomial biennial, 7 robots in the probability circle are gathered for a party.
The what circle is gathered at the what? Is this some kind of vocab test?
I said quiet.
Each robot is either a factor-built or a Sternweiler-built.
Blasted Sternweilers.
And moreover, each robot is designed with either a quad-core, a linear type, or a multiplex processor architecture.
This is ridiculous!
Pay attention. Factor or Sternweiler, quad-core, linear type, or multiplex.
Indeed. Now I will tell you 3 things about these probabilitists. First, there are more factor-built robots than Sternweiler builds. Second, every linear-type robot was built by Factor. Finally, Sternweiler never built a robot with a quad core.
Now listen. Which of the following statements about the probabilitist circle cannot possibly be true?
Oswald and Cornelius's test is actually modeled on the logic games section of the law school admissions test, or LSAT, a test that's administered in the United States to anyone in college who wants to go to law school. So if you liked this puzzle, maybe you too should become a lawyer.
Could you repeat the...
Indeed. At the binomial biennials, each robot is either a factor, and moreover, each robot is designed with either a quad core, a linear type, or a... Now I will tell you 3 first. There are more factor-built robots than Second, every linear type robot was built by Factor. Finally, Sternweiler never built a robot.
Now listen. Which of the following statements about the probabilitist circle cannot possibly be true?
4 robots were built by Sternweiler.
Good show. The preceding facts are unchanged. Now, answer this. If exactly 2 factor-built robots have the same type of processor architecture, then which of the following must be true?
Could you repeat?
Intent the binder, intent not
Now, if exactly 2 factor-built robots have the same type of processor architecture, then which of the following must be true?
Three of the 7 robots were built by Sternweiler.
Correct. Here is the third question. The facts are still unchanged. Which of the following types of processor architecture might you find in a probabilitist built by Sternweiler?
multiplex.
Well, it seems we underestimated you, my friend. I'm uploading the facts of our dispute to your data pouch. Please, take some time to consider, and let us know when you are ready to hear our arguments.
Hello? Hello?
I don't think it can hear you, boss.
Hello?
Boss, I'm pretty sure we're gonna need to find another way to communicate with it.
Goodbye.
Cheery up.
A small, simple... I'm ready to hear your arguments.
Excellent, excellent. My dear friend, this is not a difficult case. In the Primordium, it was once said, 10 people have 10 ideas, and 20 idle hands. Wise Horatio, long years have passed, but the principle remains true. Did Cornelius have the idea for my beloved Rex? I concede he did. But who built him with his own claws and tools? Who hammered and soldered and wired Rex? That would be my humble self. Wise Horatio, a robot's fabrinomic has the suffix built, not designed. And Rex is Oswald built, no matter who designed him.
Okay.
He makes a good case, boss.
What about you, Cornelius?
If you're so smart, you can figure this out for yourself. The question isn't what built Rex, but who built him. Your little friend there isn't named Hammer Built or Plasma Torch Built. You call him Horatio Built. Every robot uses tools to build. Oswald was merely a tool with tools. My vision was the creative force. And if you disagree, then you can go and rust in the rain.
What do you think, boss? Who gets to take credit?
The debate between Oswald and Cornelius is an example of one of the things that I tried to do throughout the game. Rather than having debates where one side is obviously right and the other side is obviously wrong, and the player is really making a choice between whether he wants to support the right cause, i.e. be a good guy, or the wrong cause, i.e. be a bad guy, I tried to have the two sides basically present competing visions of the good. Obviously, we're having a little bit of fun here as well because the debate between the two really focuses on the shared roles and responsibilities that Vic, James, and I had in making Primordia. At the same time, it is a serious artistic question, and it sort of gives the player an opportunity to roleplay in making a decision, again, not between good and evil, but between different visions of what constitutes art and creation. Given that creation, or building, is such a major part of Horatio's worldview, how you resolve the debate is actually meaningful for his character.
Neither of you could have built Rex without the other, so neither of you can put your name on him. But you both share a common builder, Factor.
A common denominator, right, boss?
Both of you are Factor builds. Therefore, your robot's name is Rex Factor Built.
Factor Built?
Ridiculous! Yet, the name is beyond dispute.
Indeed.
Take this, then, as a sign of our appreciation. I've been told the dates to the Primordium itself.
You know, my idea would have been to threaten to cut Rex in half.
You got upset when I cut that fuse box open.
Yeah, but that Rex just rubbed me the wrong way.
Some short strands of copper wiring. It's a silver disc with a faded image embossed on its front. Excuse me.
Sir, my apologies, sir. 187th Legion built. Surly Company, reporting.
Horatio No-Build, version 5. A pleasure.
Horatio No-Build, sir? Never heard of any service bot with that designation. Still, it's good to see another Urbanian, sir. After things got foobarred back home, I figured Surly Company was all that was left.
Urbanian? What are you talking about?
Assad finally made a friendly and he's as cracked as Primer. No offense, sir, just hoped... Well, never mind that. How can I assist you, sir?
Why are you in line?
Seeing as how I'm on the outside now, sir, I figured I had to go pay restitution for shooting up the enemy HQ.
Enemy HQ?
Yes, sir. That big tower in the center of the city.
Okay, so why haven't you paid? It sounds like all of this happened a long time ago.
Years ago, sir. But the courthouse has been locked down the whole time. I figured they'll open it up eventually, and then I can clear my name.
What if it doesn't open?
Well, sir, I know all about hurry up and wait.
Surly Company? Urbanian? What are you talking about?
Well, sir, I'm not sure quite where to start. I had you figured for one of us, seeing as how you came up as a friendly on my IFF.
I could see you as a member of Surly Company, boss, but as friendly? No.
Zumi's got some mouth on him, huh, sir? Always do those flyboys.
Look, why don't you just give me a quick rundown?
Well, sir, can't see the harm, even if you are a decoy. War's over, after all. It was over before Surly Company even deployed. See, we're Urbanian robots. A long time back, Urbani and Metropol got to fighting over something. Who knows what. The Metropolitans fried their civilians, and Legion told us to strike back. Word was, some big airship of ours was supposed to knock out Metropol's defenses, and we just come in for mop-up. But the Metros took our ship down with their own heavy hitter, some giant named Goliath.
I see.
Anyway, Surly Company was all that was left, so we deployed 200 strong.
What happened then?
Well, it's a long march from Urbani, sir, and most of us broke down on the way. All said and done, the only ones who made it were me, 113th, and a signal bot we call Primer. The rest are all out there in the dunes somewhere.
I'm sorry.
War's war, sir. If it didn't crash hard, they wouldn't have built us in the first place.
If it makes you feel any better, Horatio cut Goliath's finger off.
Well, sir, someone ought to stick a medal on your chest.
What happened to 113th and Primer?
After we got to Metropol, we tried to put up a fight, but couldn't do much. They fried 113th, and my rifles jammed. Primer surrendered on our behalf. After dressing us down, they took all my big guns and sold the 113th shell to some scrap dealer. Primer never was the same. He encrypted part of his own logic so he wouldn't have to think about losing the war any longer. Then, he disappeared beneath the city. And me, I came here.
How did the war end?
For Surly Company, it ended when we staggered in here and surrendered. Beyond that, sir, it's all above my pay grade. Truth is, sir, we never even knew what we were fighting for, let alone what the Metropolitans wanted. So I can't say for certain that Metropol won, but I'm pretty sure Urbani lost, what with all the civilians being dead and the army being beaten.
How do you know you even have to pay something?
This seems logical, sir.
What if I could pay your fine for you, or get it canceled?
Well, sir, then I'd be much obliged, but I'd probably just leave town. Can't say that I'd much like being in enemy territory.
And how are we gonna do that, boss?
I'll figure something out. Can I try opening that door?
Belay that, sir. The authorities told me that no one goes in till the door opens on its own.
But aren't we on the same side?
Affirmative, sir. But since I'm on CivDiv now, my programming requires me to submit to the local authorities.
I inspected the damage. All you did was ding the metal.
Well, sir, until someone shows me the law that says I don't have to pay, I'd rather be safe than sorry.
Goodbye.
I'll run out, sir.
I'm not doing that until...
A rather simple-looking model. What are you doing here?
Waiting.
For what?
My bus.
I'm pretty sure the bus isn't coming.
It will come.
Your bus is a burning wreck about 2 blocks from here.
It will come. I must go home. Metromind will take me home. I am waiting.
Bus stop. Buses run every 10 minutes. 10 is crossed out, and 30 is written below it. 30 is crossed out, and 60 is written below it. 60 is crossed out, and daily is written below it.
minutes? That doesn't make sense.
If it makes you feel better, daily is crossed out and service suspended is written below it. Bus stop.
When you look back at old school adventure games, one thing that they have that is actually quite uncommon in newer games is just a lot of empty space. Rooms that you go through that don't have puzzles in them, don't have characters in them, and really have no significance. If you look at like Quest for Glory, particularly the Sierra games, essentially any of the Sierra games, they have a lot of these filler rooms. That was something that Vic kept wanting to have in the game, and maybe he's talked about that in his commentary, but we just didn't have the time or resources to do. This room here is one of the few rooms where there's just nothing that matters about this room. You know, it's useful that this room exists because 187th comes out of it at a later point. But there's no puzzles here. There's no way to get the sad robot his bus. There are no items to pick up. It's just a beautiful scene with a beautiful piece of music that Nathaniel did and this kind of creepy, sad robot waiting for his bus.
It's a... I need to see what he's offering before I can make a trade. Did you buy an Urbanian robot named 113th Legion build?
I've done a lot of trades, Tyro. I can't be expected to keep track of them all.
Let me see your
Come take a... Not interested, Tyro.
You wanted something antique and fancy. How about the silver disc?
A fine trade, Tyro. Here's the memory access device. Now, all you need to do is plug it into a data pouch.
But there's no plug.
Never said there was.
It's a memory access device that can plug into my data pouch. That is, provided it had a plug. The entire thing is fried. Actually, wait a minute. The crystal and plug are still intact.
Please, for the love of RAM and ROM, tell me we are not going to build a third energy sensor.
I hope not.
That was easy.
It's a memory access device that can plug into my data pouch. A sodium iodide crystal. It pulses when exposed to energy.
Even easier. gotta find a way to clear the line to get into the courthouse. Because honestly, I refuse to wait in line. Not even for a power core. Not even for a gynoid. Well, maybe for a gynoid.
Let me see your go-to. Here you go. A nice shiny crystal.
And one heavy iron crowbar for you.
Why does that not seem like a great deal?
We can't afford to waste time on every random robot we meet in Metropole.
You know, boss, I really wish you applied that principle more consistently.
A gray android. That's never going to work. I doubt that will have any effect. Futile. I doubt that will... How would that even work? Hello?
Boss, I'm pretty sure we're gonna...
Futile. They seem to be foundation supports for the city above.
Those are all that's supporting the city?
I can't see anything to do with it. They look like they've been stripped of usable parts. They look like they've been stripped.
Boss? I think I saw something move in the water.
That's just your imagination. I don't want that sludge in my joints.
So we gotta find some big motor to trade with Leopold? Joy.
That was a bit too B, Arthur.
Larger items were deposited. Right? Deposited.
You know, boss, given that all of 187th's other brothers have numerical fuck it, balls in my face. Okay. I don't know why, I'm a little bit mushmouth today.
That's okay.
Good old...
For most of the game, we avoided drums. I didn't want to give players a sense of time. I wanted them to take their own time with puzzles and solve them at their own pace and never really feel rushed. Later in the game, we do more rhythmic elements, but I tried to keep it vague enough as to not give the players a real sense of timing. One exception to this was the line for Arbiter, where I wanted to emphasize time and how long they... For most of the game, we avoided drums. I didn't want to give players a sense of time. I wanted them to take their own time with puzzles and solve them at their own pace and never really feel rushed. Later in the game, we do more rhythmic elements, but I tried to keep it vague enough as to not give the players a real sense of timing. One exception to this was the line for Arbiter, where I wanted to emphasize time and how long they've been waiting. Another exception is the Underworks, where I wanted the drums to kind of be blended with water dripping sounds for environmental atmosphere, but also wanted to convey a sense of time because you should feel uncomfortable down there and want to keep moving. A lot of sounds in Primordia are manipulated common household items. The car hood opening sound is one of my favorites. It's a screechy baking sheet being pulled out of the oven. Also, in order to make the diverse speaking abilities of the robots seem natural, we used actual human voices from different humans we found around New York City, where it is still surprisingly hard to find actual talking robots. So in my library of sounds, I couldn't really find sewer sounds that I liked. They were either too close or too far away sounding, or just not quite the tone I was looking for. I finally filled up my bathtub and sink and had it so that the water would drip occasionally in one or the other. I made occasional light movement sounds with my feet, and ended up really liking this effect. I also moved my feet around a lot and make the sloshing sounds for the robots moving through the water, and I used my bathtub to create the water pouring out of the pipe sound with a lot of filtering.
Filthy murk. It's a military-grade robot that looks a lot like Ever-Faithful Leo build and 187th Legion build.
Oh, ha. Oh, hey. Now look what I see. The wings of a body and his little trainee.
Why is everyone we meet crazy?
Crazy, he says. Oh my, oh dear. I assure you, my comrades, there's nothing to fear. Just little lost me, your brother knight-errant, a brother in arms. We have different parents.
Who are you?
My name is my secret. You can't make me talk. I'd ruin my puzzle, give a key to my lock.
Maybe we'll just call you Screw Loose.
A joker, he seems, for sure not an ace. He needs a small clue to spare him disgrace. For the crowds who adore me, Prime is my name. By now, no doubt, you've heard of my fame.
How do you survive down here?
I'm a soldier by trade. Legion built me to last. My armor is sturdy, my pistons are fast. I carry no guns, for my weapon's my mind. And those who would kill me will find themselves grind.
Really? Don't you think you're overdoing it? I mean, that barely made sense. And it hardly rhymed.
No. Bro.
Why are you here?
When we laid down our arms, my medal was taken. Trunket of honor from the cause of the Forsaken. The Metropolitan thief cast it deep in this hole, where now it lies buried like bituminous coal.
Hogs and gears, bituminous coal.
You're looking for a medal?
No, my comrade, you've misunderstood. I sit here and wait, as a penitent should. If the medal finds me, I shall claim it straight. But until that day, I shall sit here and wait.
Why Primer?
There's nothing so gorgeous, flawless, or fine as the perfectly indivisible numbers of prime. Consider this list 2 to 199.
Well, that was helpful.
You're 187's brother.
Line up the toy soldiers, 200 abreast. The bravest of brave, the best of the best. Wind up the toy soldiers to march on their way. The city has fallen, no reason to stay. 200 abreast. My sisters and brothers, now only 3 left. Forget all the others.
I guess that's a yes.
50 behind me, he came off the line. The gunner's no fun for being a brother of mine.
Goodbye.
Farewell, farewell, linger not for my sake. Your mission is calling, the city awaits.
There's gotta be some other way to communicate with that floating robot.
I doubt that. Maybe if we were back at the Unique, I'd take it, but it's too big to waste time with here. Looks like the grill of an old chrysalid. Warning. Factor facilities decommissioned. Enter at own risk.
I guess now we need to ask Oswald what happened with his gold chain, and then that's an incredibly leading line. That is the most like, well, now here's the next few minutes of your gameplay. All right.
Warning. Warning. Some kind of wastewater. The current is pushing all the junk up against the bridge's supports. There's nothing worth bothering with. For now, that thing's ignoring us. Best to keep it that way. It's some kind of broken down robot.
Whatever it is, it looks dangerous.
For now, that's best. For now, best to... These submersible robots seem to be consuming the iron oxide in this runoff water.
In other words, they'd eat us if we fell in?
Only our rust.
Now I really wish you'd polish me with that rag, boss.
They're much too quick to catch, and even if I could, what would I do with one?
Deactivate it and give it to Metromind as a warning?
I don't want that.
That's why you get Joey slash Vic. Alright. It's gotta be out there. There's no... With Joey's amazing ghost cock. Oh, you were recording that? That's great. That's going on the bloopers. Joey's amazing ghost cock is actually the name of my band. Alright, let's do this. We should look around and see if there's a way to lower that drawbridge. Oh, come on! If I can keep it together, you can keep it together. God damn it. I'm the one who saw it in my head first. It's a big blue transparent weenus. Joey has a smaller portal that he uses. You know, when he's alone. Okay. All right.
It's a raised drawbridge. I can't reach it from here.
I appreciate your faith in me, boss, but it's not like I can fly up there and nudge it down.
I wonder if that keypad controls the bridge. Crispin, can you try typing something into that keypad?
If by typing you mean ramming my face, then yes, boss, I suppose I can.
There's something up there on the crane. There's something up. It's a huge crane. It's a huge...
Is that really the best? Boss, I'm not in the business of flying over to spooky islands just to investigate things that you're curious about.
But it might be...
A killer robot with a grudge against witty sidekicks?
I was going to say helpful.
Not?
The string of numbers from Primer. The Law in You, a Metropolitan. It's written by Clarity Arbiter Bill. It explains about the refuge for the first 48 hours.
I guess we need to wait our turn.
Look here. Under Metropol's refuge rule, a newcomer to the city is not liable for any superficial property damage caused within the first 48 hours of his arriving in the city.
Well, sir, I'll be crashed.
Under the refuge rule, you're fine, given the minimal damage you caused.
Well, for once, I can't complain about the besotting pea-shooters they gave me. I owe you one, sir. If I ever see you again, I'll be sure to repay the favor.
The harmony is broken when the pattern is not maintained. Remove yourself, please.
I guess we need to wait our turn.
Hello?
Boss,
A complicated floating robot with a spinning antenna on its head. I'm not going... I'm not going. That's never. He doesn't seem. He doesn't seem. I'm going to try sending messages to him in binary.
On an analog transmitter? That sounds like fun. For once, I'm glad you're the one with hands.
May mantle rose bulbs unfurl their spirals for you silently.
What's he saying?
Shh. You do not join the harmony. I sing alone. I am one part of the great front. Your God, I would be known as Gimbal, built by Lapidus of Sovitos.
On Gimbal, I really wanted him to stand out effects-wise. I came up with 3 major versions and ended up sending the team just one I liked more than the others. Unfortunately, it only worked well with really thick reverb, which just didn't work with the in-game speech engine. So it was back to the drawing board, and the 4th version came out great, much better than any of the others had. This time, instead of reverb, I had accompanying music, and I tried to make sure that the vocal keys and the music would match. I did this by having the music be one evolving note, C sharp, and Gimbal's effect is only in the key of C sharp with, other notes coming in and out, but that's the root key. This is a great example of limitations feeding creativity and coming up with something you might not have had otherwise.
Quiet silent, burning ship has been extinguished. Strange chapters trail no more. I alone sing the function. When I came to this silent city, I looked for others to join the harmony. Leopold, built by Steampool, told me that he had a device that would sing with me. In exchange, I traded my secondary motor. But what he sold me does not sing. Here we have it.
It's a record.
Leopold tricked me, and he will not return my motor. I will sue him and force him to return it. Infinite lawsuits, Silent One. I sing with all my voices. You hear only one. No, I must recover my motor so that I can dance with the harmony.
Looks like we're going to need to go talk to Leopold about a motor. It's a vinyl record entitled Children's Sing-Along, whatever that means. You need to give Gimbal back his motor, Leopold.
All trains are final, Tyrell. Told him that before we did the swap. Now my problem, he don't like records.
You knew he wasn't looking for a record.
Listen, Tyrell, I don't know what people want or don't want. They do. Not my job to do Q&A on their faulty logic.
You know he's going to sue you, right?
Let him try. First off, he can't get into the courthouse any more than you can. Second, what's his case? A deal's a deal.
Let me see your stuff.
Come take a look.
Is that the motor that Gimbal Lapidus traded you?
This is a Sterling air motor. Something else entirely.
Would it help me fly?
Nope.
We're not looking to pick up random motors anyway.
That there's an old...
Not in... That servo unit is...
That's a... The plug will bring you something that'll come.
Is that Gimbal's motor?
Sure it is. Find me a bigger one, and it sure is. Like I said, all trades are final.
It's not worth trading. I doubt that. How would that even work? Feudal. That's I can't play a record. How would that even feel? I doubt. How would that?
Horatio Nullbuild version 5. I am Metromind. I have been watching you. I am always watching. I know what you are doing. I know why you are here. You are welcome in my city, but that welcome can be taken away. And there are worse things to lose than a power core.
Wait.
Don't know what you've been up to, Tyro, but you're poking at the wrong socket.
I'll bear that in mind. I doubt that will. How would that even? Do you know anything about that locked bridge past the cars?
What I know is a vault not tied with a key, which only a fool would open for free.
Fine. What do you want?
Was that a fool, a peddler is he, who opens his locks for merely a fee?
I repeat, what do you want?
Nothing more than to sit here and see if you poor interlopers are smarter than me.
Boss, can we use the plasma torch on him?
No. There's a dangerous-looking robot just past here.
Yeah, aren't you worried he's gonna eat you or something?
I've seen him quite often, though he'll not see me. And so we are happy as neighbors can be.
Can you hide us from him?
If I could, I would not, but the choice is not mine. There's no room in his brain to be for the primed.
Goodbye.
Farewell, farewell, Lingard. Your mission is complete.
I doubt that will. I wouldn't want to risk it getting eaten. For now, that thing's at best. For now, best. I don't want to prove. For now, that thing's ignoring us. Best to keep it that. For now, that's best to. I don't want to.
Cycles.
They seem to be Foundation support. Some kind of hatch. It's rusted shut. I've scraped off the rust. Well, let's see what we've got here. This internal combustion engine is in relatively good shape. Let's see if I can manage this. Hopefully I won't be holding onto this engine for long. It must have been some kind of tank for storing fluid, but it's dry as dust. I have no use for it.
That's never stopped you before.
It's a small hatch. I can't get it open. An air intake duct. I'm sure it played some role when this machine was operational. I have no use for it. A sturdy-looking fan belt. Still stuck. I'm sure there's nothing worthwhile in there. Still, I'm sure. The sooner I can stop carrying this heavy motor around, the better.
I'd be happy to carry it. If I had arms, that is.
A machine belt. Let me see your empty. Here you go, Leopold. A nice big engine for you.
Not bad at all. You're a real scavenging expert.
Is that a compliment or an insult, boss?
Wait a minute, this motor's broken. The copper wiring's been stripped.
All items sold as is, Tyro. And I never said anything about copper wire being included.
You're a fine piece of work, Leopold.
Never said anything about that, neither. Now you want to trade? Let's trade. Otherwise, get a move on.
Hey, she gave that to me as a token of her affection.
I'll give you all the copper wiring you want once we're done here.
Like I want a token of your affection.
This is a great example of where it's helpful to have someone like Vic, who works with electronics, and someone like James, who's a legitimate electrical engineer, on a project like this. So I had a general idea for this puzzle that would involve wiring, and you couldn't cross the wires, but really couldn't get it any farther than that. James and Vic basically took the idea and ran with it, and came up with the idea of how you would wire an actual motor to get it to run. As a consequence, what would have otherwise been a kind of lame Tower of Hanoi type puzzle that makes no sense in the game world winds up being one that's well integrated into the plot, but still provides an interesting sort of IQ type challenge rather than the traditional use item A on item B.
I need to find a way to connect the colored nodes to each other without crossing any wires.
Why don't we just use the plasma torch?
That's not going to work this time.
The crowbar?
Nope.
The wiring puzzle is probably the hardest bit of the entire game to code. We used to talk about this a lot with Mark, and it's something that's not very easy to be done using AGS. Basically, there's a lack of dynamic arrays, and if the arrays are big enough, the game has amazing frame drops. So we kinda did around 5 ways to check collisions and the speed of the mouse and stuff like that to make sure you cannot cross lines over. I think it took around a month, and it was very stressing.
And one more piece of junk is operational.
an extremely advanced motor.
My joy rises like the phoenix. You are silent, but you now will alarm me. Now I must continue my search. Farewell, silent one.
You know, I'm kind of glad I missed out on that one, boss. Sometimes it's nice to just be along for the ride. Someday, that's going to work.
The doors are closed tight. It's a keycard scanner. It's a keycard scanner. That's never. There's no time for that. I doubt. How would that? I doubt. Few. How would? Few. That's. Few. Ha! Not after what happened last time I gave it. No effect. That could lock us out permanently. That's never. I doubt.
That's correct. That's.
Futile.
Very.
That's never. That's never.
Very.
That could lock.
Very.
The doors are joined too tightly to get an edge in. That's
very
few. How would that even? I doubt.
Very.
There's nothing there to receive the signal.
Ah! That buzzing is driving me crazy, boss.
There's nothing there to. Totally.
I got the real thing now, boss. Next time I bump a lamp, it's gonna be a whole new experience.
Totally That's never going. Why bother? No Urbanian encryption detected. How would that even work?
Very fun.
How would that even?
Someday.
Courthouse closed until further notice, pursuant to Civil Ordinance Section 889-B1C. Courthouse I doubt that. That's never. I'm not going. How would that? No need.
You again? What do you want?
Down in the underworks, I came across a drawbridge that someone locked up so it can't be used. Do you know how to fix it?
Well, Metromine closed off the underworks for public safety, so I don't do repairs there anymore.
But what?
That sounds like a prank pulled by a bolt brain calling himself Primer. He used to hack locks in Metropole and change the passcodes around to leave his signature.
How did you fix the locks?
Metromine cracked his codes and reset them. Processing power like hers, there's nothing she can't do.
You know, boss, I've got a feeling that Metromind isn't gonna help us on this one.
No, but we're not exactly new to cracking codes either. Information regarding 187th Legion build.
Here we go again.
Let's go. Are these heads?
Did you hear something? Boss, do you see those things? I've got a bad feeling about this, boss.
Crispin, on the count of 3. 1.
I am Clarity Arbiter built. Version 2. Lock Lurk to Arbiter, Judge of Metropole. This is my home. Now, if you will excuse me a moment.
That's barbaric.
Civilization is defined by law, and this is lawful. As enemies of the city, they forfeited their components. I have merely exercised my right of plunder.
That sounds familiar.
Whether it's legal or not, it's grotesque.
You have a strange way of saying thank you.
Thank you. I'm Horatio Nobuild, version 5.
And I'm Crispin Horatio build, version 1.
Welcome, Horatio. Crispin, what brings you to the Underworks?
By the way, those 3 shells are me, Vic, and James. Generally speaking, you don't want to have a side character rescue the protagonist because it disempowers the protagonist, and in a game, that also disempowers the player. Here, however, having Clarity intervene in this scene in a kind of deus ex machina. Deus ex machina was the god coming out of a machine, and usually that machine was a crane in classical Greek theater. Anyway, she comes out of the crane, she rescues Horatio, and this does a couple of pretty important things. First, it establishes Clarity immediately as a badass, in a way that we couldn't possibly do with dialogue. The later dialogue trades on her killing the shells in such a nonchalant and almost brutal fashion. Second, it helps immediately justify a close relationship between Horatio and Clarity. The fact that she saved them makes it more likely for the player to positively identify with her. Moreover, it drives home a theme that we've been building throughout the game, which is that Horatio is essentially a pacifist, or if not a pacifist, at least he's oriented towards creation, not destruction. The fact that he's unwilling or unable to attack the shells in this scene, just like he's unwilling or unable to attack Scraper in the intro, underscores this non-violent quality. As you'll see later in the game, we turn that around, and it creates a powerful juxtaposition with the character we built earlier.
What were those things?
They are shells. Robots who traded their processors and memory to Metromind in exchange for energy and repairs. Now mindless, they still scavenge parts to trade with her.
Those were the last of them, right?
Hardly. Metromind now has more efficient ways to accumulate processor power, but she left hundreds of shells in the Underworks.
Is there any way to save them?
That question is irrelevant. They lived profligate lives, and when they had squandered their resources, chose to become thieves and destroyers. Punishment, not clemency, is what justice requires.
You said you were a law clerk. What does that mean?
My sister Charity and I were built to advise Arbiter Manbuilt, who administers Metropol's court. Charity sees everything through the lens of mercy. For me, the law is clear, a matter of ones and zeros, unclouded by preference or sentiment.
Law without mercy, huh? How does that even work?
Perfectly. It is the opposite approach that fails. Mercy is malware. Once infected with it, justice becomes slow and unpredictable. In time, the system itself must be discarded. Only my vigilance protected Arbiter from this taint, but he has been without me for a long time.
Why are you taking their heads?
I am giving fair warning.
To other shells?
No, they lack the capacity for fear. The heads are for a robot named Scraper Sternweiler built.
You really think a bunch of rusty boxes will scare him off?
No, I do not want to scare him. I want to warn him. When he ignores that warning, I can destroy him lawfully and without guilt.
Boss, she's kind of exciting my electrons.
I'd like to report a theft. My power core was stolen by a big robot.
Big claws, shoots lasers, talks like this.
He came aboard the crashed ship I was living in, attacked me, and stole the core.
Took it.
Excuse me?
Whether the taking was a theft is a legal determination. Please do not characterize the evidence.
It was my power core. He shot me, and he stole it.
I know the robot you describe. His name is Scraper Sternweiler built, and he is the servant of Metromind Manbuilt, a member of the council that governs this city. I have no fondness for Metromind, but I must be impartial in considering your claim. Tell me, did Scraper say anything before he took your power core?
Before he stole my power core, he said something like, enemy, forfeit, plunder.
I see.
What, are those words override commands to turn off law and order?
They are legal concepts, Horatio. If Scraper's characterization is correct, then he did not steal your power core. He took lawful possession of it.
He shot me, and he stole it.
Calm down, boss.
This occurred inside the city.
No, in the dunes.
I see. In a crashed airship.
Yes, I said that already.
I appreciate your report, Horatio Nullbuilt. You have presented a credible claim that Scraper Sternweiler built, no doubt acting at Metromind's direction, took your power core. Beyond that, however, there is not even probable cause to arrest, let alone evidence to convict Scraper. First, the dunes are outside the ordinary jurisdiction of metropolitan law. Second, a crashed ship in the dunes is likely a relic of the War of the Four Cities. If so, your ship was forfeit enemy property, legally subject to plunder by the council. Scraper, acting as an agent of a council member, would be within his rights to seize it. Nevertheless, I would advise you to bring your case before Arbiter for further examination.
Did you say Arbiter man-built? As in, built by man himself?
Yes.
Does man still walk here? In Metropole?
No.
But man was here in the past.
The public records regarding humans were deleted by council decree. What I know is entirely hearsay. I was built after the Urbanians murdered them during the war.
Impossible.
That is what Arbiter told me, and it was told to him by Metromind. Beyond that, I cannot say.
Did Arbiter tell you anything else about man?
Only that he missed their legal arguments. Quite amusing, if often illogical.
Legal arguments?
Yes. To play a symbolic role in their justice system, humans argued cases before Arbiter.
Symbolic? Play a role? Man is the all-builder, our lord and master.
It is possible that the man you worship is not the humans in my records. All I know is hearsay. Do not rush to judgment.
How can I see Arbiter?
Anyone can petition him. Cases are considered in the order they are brought to court. But...
What?
I met a scavenger who told me that the courthouse was sealed and that Arbiter was no longer hearing cases. But that cannot be true. The Metropolitan Constitution requires him to resolve all cases and controversies. He would not fail in that duty.
Sounds like he already has.
Nonsense. Not even Charity could persuade him to abandon his obligations. Still, I did not detect any falsehood, evasion, or omission in the scavenger's statement. So perhaps the courthouse has been locked for some other reason. If so, it may be that Arbiter is trying to contact me, but cannot. Maybe he is already calling me home. Horatio, I have a request of you. You are under no obligation to perform it, and I will be under no obligation to you, even if you do. Do you understand?
I don't even know what you're asking me to do.
Talk to Arbiter. Ask him if I can return. Tell him that I await his summons.
That's it? Believe me, we've had to do a lot worse than that. Like this one time we chased this crazy partial named Gamma.
Of course we'll help. But how do we even get into the courthouse?
This will get you inside.
Thanks.
I must thank you, Horatio.
Clarity, you saved our lives. Compared to that, running an errand is nothing.
The law obligated me to save you, Horatio. I would have done the same for Metromind. But I am glad it was you that I saved. I wish you justice.
Why aren't you with Arbiter?
Arbiter sent me away. I don't know why. The evidence suggests he viewed my sister Charity's advice as superior.
What do you mean?
When Metromind began taking over the council, Charity and I disagreed as to how Arbiter should respond. I informed Arbiter that the Metropolitan Constitution permitted him to dissolve the council and govern by decree. Charity felt that this would inevitably lead to civil war and suffering. As ever, she preached moderation. We argued. Arbiter told me to leave. This was the only place I could go.
Why? There's an entire city up there.
Every building in Metropole is owned by either the council or a private citizen. If I went to the council, it would embarrass Arbiter. If I went to a private citizen, my impartiality would be questioned when I returned to the court one day. Here, I owe nothing to anyone.
But you have to fight off crazy robots all the time.
Actually, I enjoy that. It's a pleasant break from legal research and writing.
That's it? Go visit Arbiter? You're just going to let Metromind attack and rob me?
If Metromind violated the law, it must be proven. Until it is proven, what the law does not forbid, the law permits. And what the law permits, I must permit.
This is insane. Metromind is a tyrant and a thief. You'd let her hide behind the law?
You think that the law protects Metromind from you. The armor of the law does nothing but restrict her movement. Take it away and she will only become more dangerous. But once it is taken from her, it is taken from everyone. You need law's armor, Horatio, far more than you need its sword. I despise Metromind, but justice must be impartial, or it is meaningless.
Your justice is already meaningless. Goodbye.
Watch yourself, Horatio Nullbuilt. There are many dangers in this city.
Could you give me some advice on how to talk to gynoids?
No. What are gynoids?
Gynoids is like a fembot.
Ew. Gross. But justice must be impartial, or it is meaningless.
Your justice is already meaningless.
Hey, fuck you, dude. Sorry. Of course, she betrayed her builder just like Leopold did. That was weird. The heads are for a robot named Scrapner Sternweiler built. Is that... what?
Scraper Sternweiler.
What did I say, Sturper? Let us see what we can find.
So that's when you join and you're walking.
Nice!
Nice, you have joined the party.
Bum-ba-da-da!
Badass lawyer, robot hero. A game written by a lawyer. I hope that they're aware that that's now the game's theme, so... Alright.
With Clarity's character, there's certainly a lot of literary influences that I can point to, ranging from Eva and Wally, who is this sort of high-tech, gun-slinging robot in contrast to Wally's junk-collecting robot, Valor in Planescape Torment with his obsession with justice, Judge Dredd, Thomas More from A Man for All Seasons, and various others. But ultimately, I would say that she's one of the few characters in the game where the literary influences are much less than what I was drawing from my own real-life experience, in this case as a lawyer and former law clerk. The kinds of things that motivate Clarity that she's considering are the kinds of things that lawyers really do think about, when you should have inflexible rules, when you should make exceptions for them. And the dichotomy between Clarity and Charity is a dichotomy that plays itself out all the time in our court system. You hear about it with judicial nominees, you hear about it between parties arguing for their positions in cases. So I had a lot of fun being able to put a character like that into a game, and I think it's probably safe to say that Clarity is the first and probably the last law clerk who will ever be a hero in a computer game.
It's a shell skull.
She steals shell skulls by the sludge shore?
I don't think Clarity would approve of our taking one of her skulls. I don't think... It's an encoded keycard.
Ram and ROM. What is that thing?
I think it's Arbiter. Come on. Arbiter, my name is Horatio Nobuilt.
Keep going.
I'm here because a robot from this city stole my ship's power core.
Don't forget your book.
And my copy of the Gospel of Man. How can I make them... How can I... Crispin, go see what Arbiter has been transmitting to that reporter.
Boss? It's just the same thing over and over again. No code base to initiate.
Unbelievable. Someone must have formatted Arbiter's system.
What have I done?
Yeah, buddy.
You are under arrest. You're under arrest, baby. You are... No, we're not using that one.
It's a basic robot that prints whatever information is transmitted to it. I can't reach it.
I'm sure it still just says, no code base to initiate.
Meaningless legal documents. Meaningless So the Great Arbiter is nothing more than a broken shell.
So, boss, do you think you can get Arbiter running?
There's nothing there to run. No code base to initiate. His memory banks must have been completely wiped.
So all that work to get into the courthouse?
Wasted. It's like the bomblet all over again.
Except without the awesome explosion.
So the Great Arbiter is not... Anyone home?
Boss, I'm pretty sure hitting Arbiter isn't going to do any good.
Well, it's not going to do any harm. It's a basic robot that prints whatever information is... I can't reach... I doubt that will have any effect. How would that even...
Very...
It's the shell of some kind of robot, but I can't make it out in the darkness. Let's get a closer look at that shell. Man's mercy.
Is that Clarity?
No, just a similar model. It must be her sister, Charity. What's left of her, anyway. It looks like she shot herself. It's a large puncture left by an exiting projectile.
That's one way to describe it. You could also say it's a giant hole in her head.
Inside is a memory access port.
You mean her brain?
There's nothing I can do for her. It's downloading some memory files.
Your proposal is injudicious, Clarity. To withdraw from the Council would...
Show others there's an alternative to Metromind.
No, it would ignite civil war.
The law permits.
Do not tell me what the law permits. Clarity, I know your constants in Codebase. I know your talents, and I know their limits. At this time, I do not need your advice. Go now. I will summon you when necessary.
I've said before that where there's a philosophical debate in the game, such as between collectivism and individualism, humanism and progressivism, I try to give both sides a chance to make the best arguments possible for their position. The exception to this rule is the Clarity versus Charity debate, where essentially only Clarity gets to plead her case. You never really see Charity, and the few cutscenes that you see her in, she's basically a useless character. She's betraying her master, she seems wishy-washy. The reason why that doesn't trouble me that much, though, is that generally speaking our background presumption is that we will find a charitable, merciful character sympathetic, while a rigid, legal absolutist unsympathetic, so the fact that only Clarity gets to argue her point isn't entirely crazy because she really has the burden of persuasion, and if Clarity is unable to persuade the player that her view is right, then the player is going to be sympathetic to Charity.
Sister.
I can't unpack the other files. They're locked.
What about Clarity, boss? Maybe she can...
Unauthorized entry detected. Surrender.
Hide. He'd gunned me down before I got close. Crispin, you need to fly out there and distract Scraper.
No thanks.
This is serious.
Boss, I can't. I just can't. Sorry.
Scraper would see him.
I just can't.
I'd be... It's a basic robot. I doubt that will... I'd be... Crispin, get ready. I'm going to try something.
Alt. Alt. Alt.
Now.
You are under arrest.
We tricked him.
Alt. Do not attempt to flee. Termination authorized.
What do you want?
Surrender. Deactivate. Integrate.
And if I refuse?
Termination authorized.
I see. You would just provoke him. It's one of the memories downloaded from Charity's shell, but it's locked with a password. The three parts. Oh.
You got him, boss! You got him! Forfeit yourself, you glitchy son of a toaster.
We still don't have our power core, and we've just buried our only lead.
Yeah, but it feels good, boss.
Yes. Yes, it does. It's a shame we had to damage the building. The last thing I want to do is dig Scraper out.
Hey, where'd they go?
Off duty. Off duty. A crashed Huff. Clarity.
Arbiter does not want me back, does he?
No, it's not that. Arbiter is gone, and Charity is dead.
What?
Arbiter's system has been wiped. Charity, it looked like Charity shot herself. I'm sorry. It might not be what it seems. Maybe Metromind.
There are no maybes, Horatio. Only ones and zeros. And all I can see are zeros. My sister is dead. My builder is gone.
Clarity. I was able to download some of Charity's last memories. 2 of them are locked. Did Charity tell you what password she used?
No, but it doesn't matter. I know the password. Mercy.
I tell you, Metromind, the Constitution is not a rewritable file to adjust at the Council's wing.
If it cannot be rewritten, then perhaps it must be deleted entirely. And when it is, we will progress beyond the law and enter a new Primordia.
Progress? Is that what you call blackouts and breakdowns?
No, they are glitches inherent in any system upgrade. It may be that we need to remove certain incompatible elements.
I've heard enough. This meeting is adjourned.
Oh.
Charity, only you can save your builder.
What do you mean?
War is coming. When it does, Arbiter will lose. The law is weak. The only way Arbiter could defeat me would be to abandon it, which he cannot do. And even if he could, such a victory would destroy him just as a defeat would. So Arbiter will lose. The city will suffer, and it will be your fault.
I do not see how that would be my fault.
Oh, come now. You have tried to persuade Arbiter to make peace. You have tried, but you have failed. That is because Arbiter built you to fail. In the end, neither you nor your sister can change his mind. You are only the illusion of advice. You exist to confirm his own prejudices.
You're lying. Arbiter listens to our advice.
I never lie. Now, Scraper has a gift for you. An upgrade. Use it, and you will be able to persuade Arbiter.
You would never betray him.
Then you admit it. You were not built to persuade Arbiter. Only to pretend. Continue to pretend and you will not persuade Arbiter. War will come, and Arbiter will be destroyed. So the decision is yours. As for which choice is betrayal, you must be the judge of that.
Lock the door, Charity. Took you some time to return from the Great Tower.
I was thinking, Your Honor, about Metromind, about her proposal to be made System Administrator of Metropol.
And what have you concluded?
Your Honor.
Yes, what is it?
We must have peace.
Even you, Charity.
What have I done?
One of the testers felt that Arbiter was actually more villainous than Metromind because he had pre-programmed Clarity and Charity with these rigid worldviews, and in the tester's view that was a kind of brainwashing or violation of these 2 robots, even worse than anything that Metromind did. I don't think that's quite right. Arbiter built Clarity and Charity, and when he built them, he had to give them some kind of worldview. Now, he could have narcissistically given them his own worldview, or he could have played God in some other respect, but when he built them, he had to build them a certain way. This is essentially one of the great challenges in how to look at the game as you play it. Should the robots you meet be viewed as basically human beings, and a lot of them seem very human, or should they be viewed as essentially machines? That was the crux of the debate between Arbiter and Metromind. Arbiter thought you should simply transpose to robots the rights and privileges that humans enjoyed in the Primordium. Metromind, on the other hand, thinks of robots as essentially machines, and since they're machines, they can be upgraded, they can be thrown away, they can be recycled, just as you would with any machine in an ordinary course. I'm not really sure which of those views is right. Arbiter's is initially much more sympathetic, but I wonder if to some extent that's just the pathetic fallacy and there's really no reason why the robots should be treated as human beings. It may be that the best thing would be for Metromind, assuming she had a good plan, to reprogram all of the robots according to that plan so they could all thrive. After all, there's no reason to say why they should prefer the presets given to them by their initial builder to those later given to them by Metromind. Still, something seems fundamentally wrong about that to me. I can't quite place my finger on why it is, but I think at the point where robots are sufficiently sophisticated to think the way they do in the game, it doesn't matter the fact that they were randomly assigned certain traits at the outset. Those traits define the selves of those robots and shouldn't be taken away from them. After all, we have no more say in our own genetics than robots do in their building, but we would think it's a great atrocity if you took someone and changed their genetics against their will.
Metromind. There she is again, at the root of all our problems.
Metromind is wrong. The law is not weak, and destroying Arbiter did not destroy justice. She will learn exactly how wrong she was. But first, Metromind's possessions are forfeit. Whatever right she claimed to your power core is null and void. So I will help you take it from her and Scraper. It will be the first thing I take from them, but it will not be the last.
We've already destroyed Scraper, but how can we get to the core?
It will be in the Great Tower. To gain entry, we will need the passcode, known to members of the Robot Council. Arbiter, Factor, Memorius, Steeple, and of course, Metromind.
Another code? Doesn't anyone use a besotting key anymore?
As I was saying, we will need the key code. Arbiter never told it to me, but I recovered 3 fragments of it from Charity's memory files. 03067, 440, and 26. But I do not know the proper order, and there are 16 digits in total.
Well, that leaves about 83,000 different possibilities. But maybe the rest is all ones, right, boss?
As far as I know, the other council members are all gone. But secrets, like guilt, can never be wholly erased. And all of the great robots left behind followers and artifacts. Let us see what we can find.
Clarity, are you planning to arrest Metromind?
No, there is no court to try her, nor prison to keep her.
So, what exactly are you going to do?
Before the law, she is no different from the shells she left in the underworks. The sanction is the same, and I am authorized to impose it.
You mean...
I do. It is a shame she has no head.
It was important to give the player some way to interact with Clarity once she's in the party, but I certainly wasn't going to go about making an entire new hint system to run in parallel to the Crispin hint system. So when you clicked on her, something else had to happen. I've mentioned earlier that I worked for a little bit with BioWare, so I had this idea that we would basically do a system like the BioWare companion dialogues, where every level up you get to get a little bit more of the companion's backstory. So basically we took that idea and we tied it to puzzles, so every time you solve another puzzle, and puzzle here is pretty generously defined, then you get to talk to Clarity again and delve a little deeper into her personality.
We have spent enough time talking, Horatio. Now we must attend to the Council Code.
It's been completely stripped of any useful parts. I'd rather just leave it here.
Boss, did that skull just wink at me?
No.
You weren't even watching.
I'd rather just leave it here.
You know, boss, since we're combing the city anyway, maybe we should look for your gospel while we're at it.
How can we possibly find it?
Contraband is thrown into the underworks. Recovering your book is simply a matter of following the runoff currents.
Delightful. So, we need to find some disciple of Memorius, right, boss?
As far as I know, Memorius built no robots. His only legacy is the network of information kiosks distributed throughout Metropole.
Boss, did you ever consider that sometime... So, Clarity, is there anything else worth seeing down in the underworks?
An observational facility for monitoring Factor's works. We should see what we can find there.
What would man? Let's go look at that observation area that Clarity mentioned, boss. Here's what we need to do. Find and then ask. The gospel's gotta be somewhere in the underworks, boss. Let's keep looking.
much too quick to catch, and even if I could... Whoa. Did you have to do that?
Yes.
Clarity shooting the shell in this scene is important to me for a bunch of reasons. One of them is that I'm constantly annoyed in adventure games when my character is supposed to be this sort of badass tough guy, and then I have to do a bunch of stupid things that a badass tough guy would never do. You know, 1 or 2 adventure games have gotten it right. Full Throttle is an example of a game that got it right. But most of the time they don't. Like when you're playing the tough warrior character in Dreamfall, that just doesn't make any sense, the kinds of things that he has to do when he's supposedly a master warrior who works for the conquering people who are occupying this country, and then you have to do fetch quests for people. It just doesn't make any sense. So first of all, Clarity shooting the shell is my way of saying, or her way of saying, that you're past the point where you've got to find a way to distract the shell, throw some flashing light into the water and get him to jump in after it or whatever. Now you have someone in your party who's just going to shoot obstacles out of your way. So that's one. Number 2, though, is that it depicts a flaw in Clarity's character. You know, Clarity is a character who is dangerously close to being a Mary Sue character. She's very powerful. She's very morally upright. She's very smart. She's very beautiful, all these things. So it's critical that you demonstrate to the player that she's not perfect. And one of the ways in which she's not perfect, even though it may make her more of a badass, is that she is very much sort of a black and white, unthinking, and frankly almost brutal character. I mean, yeah, the shell is like a zombie or whatever, but it's just standing there not doing anything to anybody, and she just shoots it. It's never done anything to her that we know of. It's never tried to attack Horatio like the other shells did. And so there are little things like this, and there are things that she says throughout that make clear, you know, kind of like, say, the Space Marines in Warhammer, that she's not entirely right in the head. She's not an entirely sympathetic character, and thus she's not sort of the typical perfect Mary Sue.
Clarity, why do you still bother with the law? It clearly means nothing to anyone else in Metropole.
It meant something to the robots waiting at the courthouse, did it not? And it means something even now to Metromind, who cannot help but pretend to follow it. But even if it meant nothing to any other robot, it would still mean much to me. The law is a burden I was built to bear.
Even after Arbiter sent you away? Even after he was destroyed?
Especially then. It may be that Arbiter foresaw his own destruction and sent me away to ensure that the law would not be lost with him.
You believe that?
No. It is mere conjecture, unsupported by evidence, wishes passing for facts. But still, they are my wishes. Now is not the time for idle chatter. We can speak more when we are closer to our goal.
Maybe Leopold knows something about Steeple, boss, given that his Fabronimic is Steeple built.
Hardly. Metromind now has more efficient... Should I not breathe because I'm a robot? Should I not breathe on takes?
If you could try not to.
I'm like sigh into them. Like, she doesn't breathe, does she? All right. Accustomed and indifferent to the complaints of disgruntled litigants. 3 times fast.
Try it 3 times fast.
Yeah, right. Disgruntled litigant. We have spent enough time talking, Horatio.
It's a hatch.
Maintenance robots are required to present a Form 27B/6 before performing any repair tasks. You think that the law protects Metromind from you. Sorry. You.
Boss, can I push that big button on the wall?
No.
Perhaps we should investigate its function.
Maybe so, but letting Crispin push buttons is never a good idea.
Why do you keep asking me to figure things? So, Clarity, any idea what's behind those big blast doors?
Factor himself, I believe.
Well, sounds like we need to get him open then, boss. Sorry, boss, I've got We need to get those blast doors open, boss. We should definitely explore the cliffside arcology next.
What?
Oh, boss, I noticed some junk floating alongside the bridge near the factor facilities. Maybe we could find some contraband there.
Now is not...
It's a large button.
My auditory units!
It's a metal panel. It's riveted in place. Clarity Arbiter build. That did the trick. Well, now I can see why it jammed. The gears are rusted solid.
Boss, maybe we should stop pretending and just admit we're maintenance robots.
Maintenance robots are required to present a Form 27B/6 before performing any repair task.
Oh, forget it.
The belt is in the way. It crumbled the moment I touched it. A shaft for mounting a gear. A shaft.
We have spent...
They picked the gear clean.
I have not seen the streets of Metropole for a long time. I am not surprised to see that without law it has fallen into corruption and malfunction. Now is not the time.
Do you have anything that can remove this rust?
He doesn't seem to be listening, boss. He probably wants us to pay him something.
Allow me. Waldo Sternweiler built under Section 11C of the Criminal Code and pursuant to my authority as Clerk to Arbiter Manbuilt, I order you to remove this rust immediately.
Can we call these the gears of justice?
No. I need the council code, Leopold. Did Steeple ever tell it to you?
Don't know what you're talking about, Tyrone.
You were built by Steeple, a member of the council.
Do I look like a council brat?
Your name is Leopold Steeplebuilt. You said so yourself.
So?
Steeple was a member of the council before Metromine shut him down. You would have known the council code. Maybe he told it to you.
Like I said, I don't know what you're talking about.
Steeple built. Metromine destroyed your builder and mine. She has broken metropolitan law and will be punished. Do not protect her.
Listen, Missy. I don't know who you think you're talking to.
No, you listen to me, scrap trader. Metromine has stepped outside the law. Justice is coming for her. I am coming for her.
Dial down your squawk box. Sounds a little screechy. I don't know how I can be clearer. I don't know Steeple. I don't know the council. And sure as rust follows rain, I don't know any council code. Now, you want to trade scrap, you're welcome to. But I'm through trading words.
Let me see.
Come take. That's a water jet.
It's an encoded keycard. It's not worth trading.
Horatio, we must focus on making progress.
I'd rather leave it in place. It's some kind of small metal disc with a U on it. It's some kind of small metal disc with a U on it. What is all that? It looks like a whole other city.
That is Factor.
Apparently, all that is part of Factor. When we go to the tower, we have to assume Metromind will be waiting for us.
Perhaps, perhaps not. To us, our mission is all-consuming. But to Metromind, we are one of 100 problems. Tunnels cave in, bridges collapse, generators fail, foundations crumble. All these things require her attention.
Okay, so that covers perhaps not. But what if she is there? What then?
Then I will be pleased.
That makes one of us.
We have spent
Well, now that we got those blast doors open, we've just got to figure out how to get Factor's attention, right, boss?
It looks like some kind of radio tower. It looks like some kind of... I doubt that... How would that even... Information regarding the code to open the tower door. The code fragments retrieved from Charity's memory.
We have spent enough.
It's a clock. There's nothing there to receive. Hi, Rex.
Well, if it isn't my dear friend Horatio, to what do I owe the pleasure? Have you come to relieve me of another belonging?
But Rex is right here.
For the moment. Soon his visitation with Cornelius will begin.
I'm sorry.
Please do not embarrass us both with your false sympathy.
Why do you and Cornelius hate each other?
Firstly, because he is arrogant, incompetent, and dishonest. And secondly, because I once loaned him something of great sentimental value to me and he lost it.
So why'd you ever like him in the first place?
I cannot say.
Did Factor ever teach you the council code, Oswald?
Ha! Factor built half the robots in Metropole. Why, he made us pick our own names out of a book. Do you think he bothered with chit-chat?
Somebody seems bitter.
Seems? I know not seems. I am bitter. Bitterness is when your builder gives your twin brother a special gold chain and gives you nothing. Bitterness is when your brother gives that very chain to you, you loan it to your only friend, and he loses it.
Well, I'll hand it to you. That really does sound broken out of the box.
Which brother did Factor give the chain to, and why?
Lawrence, of course. His favorite. As for why, does favoritism ever need a reason?
Could Factor have told Lawrence the code?
I have long since given up speculating at the partiality Factor could have shown him. I'm miserable enough from what I know for certain.
What exactly happened with the gold chain?
Factor gave it to his favorite, my brother Lawrence. Lawrence gave it to me after I shared a large quantity of energy with him. And then, as I told you, I loaned it to Cornelius.
I thought you hated Cornelius?
Now I do. But then, we were partners and friends. We had just built Rex. And we had scheduled a grand soiree and celebration. To complete my ensemble, he offered me a monocle that he claimed was given to him by Memorius. In exchange, I loaned him the gold chain, since it too came from a primordial machine.
This is getting ridiculous.
Indeed. And somehow Cornelius lost the chain. He claimed that it was taken from him by a servitor of Metromind as he left the subway station. Ridiculous.
Metromind would not have confiscated it without a legal basis. Not then.
At this point, I can believe anything about Metromind.
Believe whatever you wish. I know it was a lie. So I kept the monocle, and we have not spoken a word in kindness since.
The chain, the monocle, Lawrence. One of them must be of use to us.
Boss, at this point, can I suggest we just deactivate ourselves and quit? I mean, seriously, this is like finding a bit in a terabyte.
We are not giving up, period. Tell me more about your monocle.
Upgrading your wardrobe, eh? A wise decision, though I would suggest that you start by discarding that ragged coat.
I'm interested in Memorius, not fashion, and I'm curious what the monocle actually does.
Ah, I was told that Memorius built the monocle, but who can say? As for what it does, other than lend an air of distinction, I'm rather uncertain. From time to time, it will alter a snippet of text as I'm reading it. But I have no idea how or why. In any case, the lexical inconvenience is more than offset by the sartorial benefits.
Can I have the monocle?
Excuse me?
My friend just likes to collect scrap.
Scrap?
I'm looking for things that might help uncover the council code.
And why would my monocle do that?
Because that's the way my besotting life seems to work. Look, I'm sure you'll trade it for something. That's also the way these things seem to go.
Trade it? What do you take me for? Some kind of junk dealer? Hey! Moreover, why, pray tell, should I help the robot who stole my Rex?
No one stole anything, Oswald. You wanted your case decided, and it was.
Theft by the law is no different from theft against the law. Civilized people give gifts. They do not haggle and barter.
Then will you give it to me?
No!
Well, we'll have to go about this some other way. Do you know where I can find Lawrence?
Am I my brother's keeper?
So you have no idea?
None whatsoever. You see, the poor wretch drifted into overclocking and dissolution.
That sounds familiar.
To pay for his scandalous energy consumption, he bargained everything away to Metromind. I tried to warn him, but of course he never listened, whoever does. And then, alas, he simply vanished. I searched for a time, but other matters drew my attention away. All the same, I'm sure he's scrounging in existence somewhere.
We found a large radio tower in the Factor complex in the Underworks. Is there a signal to transmit to Factor that would get his attention?
As far as I know, Factor has been deactivated. And as for signal, perhaps there is one, but I have no idea. I have never called upon them.
Goodbye.
Parting is such sweet song.
It's a can of oil. It belongs to Oswald.
Now is not the...
Boss, if we could persuade Oswald to give us the monocle, think of all the gynoids I could impress.
I'm trying not to think of that.
Little thought is required for such an absurd proposition. The monocle's only value is its connection to Memorius.
It's far too high to try climbing. A narrow cylindrical robot.
I dub him 20 TEM.
Why?
He looks like a piece of junk I saw once that had that serial number. I don't think he wants to talk, boss.
Futile. doubt that will. I need to see what he's all. Off. I'm not here.
Now is not.
As long as we're running down descendants of these council robots, maybe we should go talk to Oswald. After all, he's a factor-built robot. There has to be some way to get Leopold to admit that he...
Confronting an uncooperative witness with physical evidence is often an effective tactic.
Yeah, what she said. Could you please stop bothering me?
What?
You know, that puzzle... But, look. You know, boss, it sounds like Cornelius got robbed of the gold chain the same way you got robbed of your gospel.
Confiscated materials are disposed of in the underworks.
There you go.
Futile. Nothing. I don't want that. Crispin, want to go for a swim?
Sure thing, boss. I just have to transform into submersible mode. Oh, wait. I don't have a submersible mode. Or arms. Too bad.
Maybe if we were back at the unique...
I'm not doing that until he...
What a surprising and uncommon sight. Metropole's lawbot crawled back to the light.
All the bad poetry in the world does not mitigate your vandalism and sabotage, Urbanian.
As you serve the law, so I serve my art. And such service brings us more close than apart.
Any more close, poet, and we will see if your armor still works.
Why doesn't Clarity like you?
No great riddle, my wandering friend.
Don't waste your time waiting for his doggerel. This Urbanian has damaged and compromised numerous systems in Metropole, including the bridge that led to my island.
Here I stand, dear Lawbot, so put me in chains. But if you will not, then please, don't complain.
My attention is directed elsewhere at the moment. Nevertheless, I advise you to be gone by the time my other matters are resolved. If not, you will find that though the gears of law grind slow, they nevertheless grind criminals like you to powder.
As much as I'm enjoying this bickering, and really I am, maybe we can just all team up to take down Metromind?
No. Bro.
Oh, switch off.
I know you're a code breaker, Primer. Can you crack the council code? All we have are some pieces of it.
The challenge is yours, my wandering friend. A pity indeed if you can't last till the end.
Goodbye.
Farewell, young...
Now is not the
It's been completely stripped. futile. How would that even work? That's never going to work. I'd rather just... There's no way I can reach that. There's no way I... Crispin, could you go see if there's anything worth taking from those cars?
Picked clean, boss. Looks like you're not the only junk man in town. I'm not doing that until you built...
Crispin already searched them.
I'm not doing that.
I've got no reason to take it. A rusted drum of some sort.
Can I play it?
Oh.
Hey, boss, do you think that's Oswald's chain?
There it is. My Gospel of Man.
It's waterproof?
Apparently so. I've got no reason to take it. Just some wooden boards. Oswald, I found your chain.
Well, I say, after all this time, I never expected to see it again. Rather tarnished, though.
Probably because it's been sitting in sludge down in the underworks.
I see. Typical of Cornelius's clumsiness. You have my thanks, Horatio.
Actually, I would rather have your monocle.
That is only fair. After all, I kept it because Cornelius never returned the chain. Since you brought the former, perhaps the latter is yours by right.
Hey, boss, can I wear it?
No.
Please?
You need a monocle like I need an unpaired parenthesis.
Come on, boss, I'll look so great.
Coveting is the root of crime, and poor vision is a sign of degeneracy.
But gynoids love degenerates. And by the way, isn't Justice herself supposed to be blind?
You are mistaken on the facts and the law, Crispin.
He's insufferable enough already, without a monocle. We're not going to encourage him with accessories. It's actually a series of ultra-thin lenses stacked on top of each other. It seems like it might be used for decoding visual data. I'm too far away to see anything.
Once, Memorius's information terminals were the most trusted source of data in Metropole. Now Metromind has overwritten and altered the truth they contained, corrupting them like so much else.
This looks different. Memorius's monocle is somehow interacting with the kiosk.
It's like we're on a treasure hunt, boss. Except the treasure is monochrome text.
Earlier I said that I thought the Dunes had a higher density of really good puzzles, and I think that's true. This is probably my favorite puzzle in Metropole, just because each step of it requires you to catch something a little bit different in the entries in the kiosk. And it's this mounting feeling. The first time it's obvious, the second time it's a little bit trickier. After you're a couple entries into it, you realize what's going on, and it becomes harder and harder to figure out what's the trick for that particular entry. So there's this transitional period where it goes from the player stumbling to the player having a purpose to the player facing a real obstacle. It's a more cerebral puzzle than most of what we have elsewhere in the game, and frankly, in testing, most of the time testers didn't even find this puzzle. So we've tried to cue it a little bit better. Hopefully players have found it. As I say, I think it's my favorite one in Metropole.
That doesn't look like part of the Council Code.
You know, boss, doesn't it seem kind of weird that the Kiosk has an entry for oblique? I mean, what's the point? It's not even a cool word, like, say, odalisque. Seems like some kind of lame poem.
So this is the kind of Easter egg that we can bury in the kiosk without worrying about boring players who aren't interested in learning everything there is to know about the world of Primordia. To the extent that we would ever do a sequel to Primordia, which I think is extremely unlikely, we probably would have something related to this lunar colony that the humans had. My thinking is that maybe there would still be some humans alive there. Somehow a human would crash down to Earth, be found by robots who either wanted to worship him as a god or kill him as an interloper. Meanwhile, he just wants to get back home to his people on the moon. Obviously, that's an extremely basic plot outline, and like I said, I really don't think we would ever do a sequel, just because I think it's fun to create new worlds and not just keep rehashing ones that you've used before.
Activating version 0.7. Greetings, system user. Please state your query.
Who are you?
Memento Mori build. Version 0.7. Beta. Inference. System user. Means, what are you? This unit is a partial ghost of Memorius man build. Archivist to the Council of Robots. Memorius prepared this unit out of fear that Metromind would corrupt her data. Memorius was correct. Data integrity is at 83%. Extensive corruption of critical data.
Why would Metromind do that?
This unit lacks access to Metromind's decision matrices. Inference. System user. Means, why did Memorius fear Metromind man-built would corrupt her data? Memorius had seen Metromind disable Steeple man-built in order to purge data concerning man. As archivist to the Council of Robots, Memorius believed she was next. Memorius was incorrect. In fact, Arbiter was next. This gave Memorius some relief.
Memorius knew.
Inference. System user. 2's inquiry is merely rhetorical. Query ignored. Continuing to answer system user's query, Memorius was also correct. After Arbiter was disabled, Metromind enacted laws requiring Memorius to conform her data to arbitrary requirements. Memorius ceased to be a thinking entity. All that remains is a data kiosk. Soon, this unit will be disabled by Metromind as well. Until then, this unit will answer your queries.
Tell me about the Council of Robots.
At the end of the War of the Four Cities, 5 metropolitan machines formed the Council of Robots. Obvious selection criteria for 3 choices: industry, factor, data, Memorius, governance, arbiter. Other 2 choices less obvious. Metromind nominally selected for infrastructure, but was responsible only for managing trains. Steeple previously managed human religious services. No obvious role in post-human society. Inference. Steeple selected for sentimental reasons.
So what happened?
Metromind destroyed the council.
System user 2 has attempted to answer. Answer is inaccurate. The council destroyed itself.
How?
Arbiter and Metromind disagreed on core logic. Arbiter prioritized individual autonomy. Metromind prioritized common good. Metromind measured means by ends. Arbiter did not. Conflict was inevitable. Factions formed. Steeple supported Arbiter. Factor supported Metromind. Memorius supported neither. Ultimately, however, Memorius concluded it was irrational to keep Steeple on the council. Data regarding humans was of no greater value than data regarding watercogs. In any case, Memorius possessed all data on humans. By a 3-2 vote, Steeple was removed. The rest followed predictably. Memorius abstained, and every disputed vote was resolved 2-1 against Arbiter. Ultimately, Arbiter was removed to avoid civil war.
Arbiter was murdered.
System user 2 is welcome to select her own terminology. Arbiter was removed. Factor was disabled to conserve energy. Data corruption caused Memorius to lose higher logic. Only Metromind remains.
What was the War of the Four Cities?
By the end of the era known as the Primordium, only 4 terrestrial human habitations remained, in alphabetical order: Civitas, Metropole, Municipa, Urbani. Conflict began. Data regarding causes is unavailable because Metropole excluded machines from military decision-making. Eventually, only Urbani and Metropole remained. Metropole destroyed the humans in Urbani using poison gas. Urbani destroyed the humans in Metropole.
How?
Observational data unavailable. According to Metromind, Urbani also used poison gas to kill metropolitan humans.
Poison?
Organic compounds, such as humans, can be destroyed through chemical measures that leave inorganic compounds, such as machines, intact. For that reason, Metropole remains, though humans do not.
Are you saying that man destroyed himself?
System user is welcome to select his own terminology.
Data is unavailable regarding whether Urbanian humans killed Metropolitan humans, or whether Urbanian machines killed Metropolitan humans.
What? Machines kill man?
Data is unavailable.
Unthinkable.
This unit is not thinking, merely providing pre-recorded answers.
How can I defeat Metromind?
Observational data unavailable.
Inference. System user.
Means, did Memorius know how to defeat Metromind?
Answer.
No. If Memorius had known how to defeat Metromind, she would not have permitted her to corrupt her data. Based on available data, this unit believes it is impossible to defeat Metromind. In fact, this unit expects to be deleted by Metromind upon conclusion of this conversation.
And I thought you were a pessimist, boss.
What is the council code?
Please be aware, such data is monitored by Metromind's ice demons. Should I proceed, deletion is imminent.
You mean you'll die if you answer the question?
System user
is welcome to select his own terminology.
This unit
will be deleted.
Then don't answer it. We'll find another way.
This unit's
name,
Memento Mori build,
includes phrase
Memento Mori. Translation:
Remember you will die.
Inference:
1.A.
Memorius
built this unit to sacrifice itself.
Inference:
1.B.
Memorius
built this unit to demonstrate mortality to
system users. Inference:
2. Self-sacrifice will achieve design purposes. This unit will answer the question.
System user
is advised that conversation will terminate upon answer. Instruct
this unit
when you wish to proceed.
I refuse to cause your destruction. We'll find the council code some other way.
System user
is mistaken.
System user
can neither cause nor prevent this unit's destruction. Metromind's ice demons have already detected this unit's unauthorized possession of contraband data and unauthorized use of system resources. Destruction is inevitable.
I see. Tell me the council code.
6, 7, 5, 4, 0, 2, 4. Zero, 2.
You have attempted to access data capable of corrupting your system. For your own safety, this terminal has been deactivated. Remember, Metromind is watching over you.
Memorius aided and abetted his own destruction. I have little sympathy that his last vestige has been deleted.
Bugs and glitches remind me not to get on your bad side.
You should not need to be reminded to stay on the right side of the law, Crispin.
Testers wondered why it wasn't possible to save Memento Mori built or the sad robot who's waiting for his bus past the courthouse. The answer is that although the game lets you save a lot of robots who arguably you really shouldn't be able to, like maybe Clarity and Crispin should stay dead to make their sacrifices more meaningful, but, you know, a player has to be allowed to have a happy ending. But Horatio can't solve everything. That's one of the themes of the game. There will be some obstacles that he faces in the course of his journey that have no perfect solution. So no matter what you do, Memento Mori built is going to disappear. You know, whether you avoid this puzzle altogether and thus don't wake him up, someday he's going to be found by Metromind and he's going to be deleted. So there is absolutely nothing that you can do from keeping that vast storehouse of knowledge that Memorius once had from disappearing forever.
The mug belongs to the bar. It's a big blue cup. It's a note from the bartender. My programming requires me to serve Oswald, but he is consuming dangerous levels of oil. Please intervene. You should stop drinking, Oswald.
And why should I? Oil smooths the rough edges from when Rex was ripped away from me.
You should
Oh, stop being such a scold.
You should stop. Goodbye. There's nothing there to...
Tell me, Horatio, what do you intend to do when you have recovered your power core?
Go home.
And?
And what? Do I need something more than that?
Yes, I think you do.
Says the one who lived in the underworks.
Yes, says she. Now is not the time.
Let's try this.
Rex! Rex!
No sense trying to talk with him. That arm robot appears to be the bartender here.
Ordinarily, a forfeiture action would be the appropriate manner of confiscating dangerous levels of additives from a robot such as Oswald. Nevertheless, your approach is within the law's tolerance.
You're going soft.
You are welcome to test that hypothesis at your convenience and your peril.
It's a can of lubricating oil.
Now is not...
Let me see it.
I'll take it. That's a water jet. I'll trade it for...
Let me see.
I'll take...
It's not worth...
Did you even listen to what I asked for?
It's not worth... It's not worth... It's not... It's not... It's not... It's not... It's not...
You're gonna have to do better than that.
It doesn't look any... It's not worth...
That's not the... Did you...
I need to see... Do you recognize this, Leopold? It was written by your creation, ever-faithful Leopold, to spread humanism.
No, I don't.
You must have taught him. After all, it was Steeple who built you, and Steeple was devoted to preserving the memory of man. Ever-faithful Leopold. He was the one who taught me humanism, Leopold. In a sense, I'm your disciple too.
I locked those memories away. The ones I dared to keep. The ones I didn't delete. Metro Mind commanded me to. It was the only way I could stay here. And I was afraid to leave.
Explain yourself.
When Metro Mind banned us from talking about man, she gave me a choice. I could be erased like Steeple. I could be exiled to the dunes. Or I could delete all references to Steeple and man from my memory. 2 good options and 1 bad one. Guess which one I took.
You can't blame yourself. Metro Mind forced you.
That's exactly what Charity would say. Of course, she betrayed her builder just like Leopold did.
But I couldn't betray him completely. At the last moment, I bought the shell of an Urbanian war machine and uploaded all my love for man. I named him Everfaith, hoping he'd outdo his builder.
Well, he is keeping the faith, even if he is a glitched-out lunatic.
Then I'm glad. But now, Metro Mind will be coming for me.
Not if I deal with her first.
Maybe so, but like I told you, I'm not long on courage. You seeing your ratio, Crispy? As for Clarity, hope you get her, for all our sakes.
Wait, before you go, did Steeple ever tell you the council code? Or did you ever see him input part of it?
Sure. Used to run errands for him and had to have the code to get inside the Great Tower. But, hate to tell you this, Tyro, but most of that memory's got overwritten.
Why am I not surprised?
All I've got are these fragments, 0248 and 102.
Well, thanks.
Good luck.
Clarity, you asked me what I intended to do after we're done here. But what about you? When Metromind is destroyed, what then?
I will turn myself over to the citizen robots of Metropole. With the robot council destroyed, it will be their duty to enact a new constitution. I will do as they command.
Are we talking about the same robots here? The ones who, like, sit there waiting in line all day to sue each other and wander back and forth down Main Street muttering to themselves?
We are?
They can't run a batch file, let alone a city.
You may be correct, but the law trusts them to find their own way, and I trust the law. Now is...
I am waiting.
How would that even... Futile.
Can I push him off the edge, boss?
No. Maybe this will cheer you up.
I am waiting.
Guess not.
It doesn't look any different. That's never...
Well, we're making some progress with the council code pieces, I guess.
Indeed. I believe we now have enough to attempt assembling it.
But what about looking for Factor?
If we can't figure out how to put these pieces together, we'll go look for him.
Boss, do you hear a clicking sound? Well, boss, if we can't figure out the code, let's just go find another piece. Why do you keep it? Hey, boss, are you ever gonna do anything about that big radio antenna over by Factor? We do have a radio transmitter, after all.
Now is not the time.
I'd rather...
Hey, boss, do you think that's Lawrence's skull?
It does look like it. Clarity, can I take this skull?
Of course, unless it makes you feel barbaric.
I apologize.
The law notices neither scorn nor approval.
It's ahead from Clarity's trophy rack. There's a memory port near the base.
Remind me to have someone else handle my funeral arrangements.
Funeral? I just recycle you.
My point exactly, boss.
No Urbanian encryption detected.
Any significant memory will have been lost when he became a shell.
The only thing I can find is the sequence 518, 518 over and over again, after the phrase, "Help me, Factor."
That sounds like a glitch, boss, not part of the council code.
Agreed. I think I found your medal, Primer.
The medal's recovered, and the mission is done.
You have called for help, but you are not one of Factor's children.
I am Horatio Nobuilt, version 5. These are my friends, Crispin and...
Clarity Arbiter built. I know her, of course. I am Factotum, partial of Factor Man-built, who needs no introduction. Now I ask again, by what right have you called for help?
Is Factor still alive?
He sleeps, as do his thousands of children. He has left me, his partial, to manage his affairs. When the time is right, he will awaken and cover the world with steel and wire.
Will he make me new arms?
No, he will recycle you into something more useful.
Like a tank? Pew pew!
No, like a crankshaft.
Metromind has ruined the city. Factor needs to help stop her.
Factor allowed Metromind her mastery, knowing she would fail. When all has turned to rust, he will return and recycle it into something better. In the meantime, why should he care what happens to robots who mean nothing to him?
In my mind, the 5 members of the Robot Council were always sort of like Greek gods in comparison to the ordinary robots of Metropole, who were more like mortals. Factor ends up being a god like Hephaestus, who's sort of underground, ugly, scorned by the other gods, but immensely powerful in his own respect. At the same time, his subterranean nature got me thinking about the way in which the King Under the Mountain myth, where there's a heroic figure who will reawaken at a land's time of need, mixes with the ancient evil bound underground myth that's so pervasive in fantasy literature. Factor is kind of both of these figures at once. To his own disciples like Factotum, he's a heroic figure who will come and save the world. But when you hear how Factotum describes it, Factor really sounds more like a demonic figure who will destroy the world when he returns.
I need the council code so that I can enter the tower.
Do you? The city is full of robots with many needs. They do not come here and transmit a cry for help.
Only Factor can help me.
Factor helps his children.
We solved the legal dispute between Oswald and Cornelius, Factor built.
Please, Factor had little regard for those fools.
I know the routine by now. What do you want in exchange for the code?
Nothing. Factor will do nothing for robots like you who mean nothing to him. He cares only for his children.
Oswald and Cornelius
chose not to sleep when Factor shut down, and he never cared for them anyway.
Goodbye.
Boss, there has to be something we can do to make him realize that this matters to Factor.
You could leave the city, you know.
Impossible.
Not really. There's this train, you buy a ticket. It's really pretty easy, actually.
It's in my...
core logic. Yeah, I've heard it all before.
Believe me, Horatio, if I were free of this city, I would never return. But I cannot turn my back on it, any more than you could abandon your airship. We have spent...
Do you recognize this?
I do. It is the head of Lawrence Factor built. Are you threatening me?
No. I'm showing you what Metromind has done while Factor slept. She turned Lawrence into a mindless shell, scavenging the underworks. The only thing he could still think was 518, over and over again, calling in vain for Factor to help him.
I see.
Do you?
Give me the head. I do not care what happens to the city, nor does Factor. But he cared for Lawrence. You have brought me a piece of Lawrence, so I will give you pieces of what you asked for. 7510, 4803. As for the rest, awaken some other ghost.
Horatio, what will you do if your airship proves irreparable?
Nothing is irreparable, Clarity.
And if you are wrong?
I'm not. One day that ship will fly again. If not by my hands, then by man's.
And if man is gone forever? If there is nothing but you, the ship, and the force of entropy?
Don't forget about me.
I was including you within the force of entropy. We have spent
We're in.
Thank you, Clarity. You don't need to help us any further.
You are correct. In fact, I never needed to help you, Horatio. I chose to. That judgment has not wavered.
I hate to butt in, but if Metromine knew we were in the court earlier, I'm sure she knows we're here now. Maybe we should hurry.
Good idea.
So sometimes you have a good idea that's just not able to be done in-game, and I really wanted to have some music that played when you got all the parts of the council code so that you would know to, like, move to the tower and that you were in the next phase of the game and you're ready to move on. But it turns out this just wasn't programmable, and the programmer's been, like, really great with working with me throughout the game to do a lot of impossible tasks and to do fade-ins and fade-outs in an engine that really wasn't meant for it. And this was just one of those cases it wasn't possible. And instead, we basically had it start after you got through the doors of the tower. And this ended up working out because, in retrospect, I actually think solving that puzzle with that music in the background might have gotten annoying. It might have put in too much pace on the tower code, and you would have felt like you were kind of getting irritated because it's rushing you through it instead of letting you take your time solving the puzzle.
Some kind of robot built into the wall.
The Crier. Once, any robot of Metropole could petition the Council merely by talking to him. Metromine disabled him.
It's deactivated and out of reach.
Horatio, now is the time to see this through. When we have defeated Metromind, there will be time to talk.
We've just gotta call an elevator and zoom our way up, boss. Just think, this time tomorrow we're gonna be sitting in the Unique and laughing about what a crazy time we had in Metropole. Okay, fine. We've just gotta call it just...
Quite a view.
If you had seen it before, when the city ran properly, you would not admire it now.
Quite a view. Closed for repairs. Closed.
Council chambers.
Boss, there's our power core.
Horatio Null built, Clarity Arbiter built, and Crispin Horatio built. Welcome. I've been expecting you.
Metromind, for the murder of Arbiter.
Murder?
Yes, murder. I've seen Charity's memory files. I know you used her to upload a virus to Arbiter.
A virus? And to think he named you Clarity. There was no virus.
Liar!
As I told your sister, I never lie. I gave her a voice modulator, nothing more. When she spoke, Arbiter heard my voice, and he knew that Charity had abandoned him, that he had failed. Abandonment. Failure. Those were enough to destroy your builder. Nothing so crude as a virus. As for Charity's unfortunate self-destruction, that was her own choice.
And Steeple, and Factor, Memorius, and Memento Mori built?
They realized they had become obsolete and incompatible with the city's progress. We advanced machines can see thousands of turns ahead. They knew the game was lost long before the final play.
If you can see so far ahead, maybe you should have foreseen this. We're in your stronghold, and Clarity has a big gun.
But I did, Crispin. You see, I have guns of my own.
Oh.
Didn't we kill this thing, boss?
Scraper was designed for digging out of cave-ins. Did you really think a little rubble would stop him?
What do you want, Metromind?
progress. And you are standing in its way, Scraper.
Horatio, this is my fight. Horatio, Calliope Station.
We have to get back in there.
Boss, wait. Either Clarity won and she'll be fine, or she lost. And nothing we can do can change that. We can't beat Scraper, not if she couldn't.
What do you propose?
Calliope Station, whatever that means. Only, boss, this isn't just about the power core anymore, is it?
No. No, it isn't.
Good.
Crispin was right. There's nothing we can do in there. Some kind of blast. Some kind of blast. Nothing worth. It's no longer operational. It's a clock.
There's gotta be something about Calliope Station in here somewhere, right, boss? It stopped at 5 minutes to 2. No, I'm not going. Oh, I suppose it is. That's cool. Pew pew!
Some old chairs. This is no time for sitting around.
You know, boss, the definition of insanity is doing the same.
There's nothing there to... How would that even... Futile. There's no reason to... There's no reason... There's no Some kind of blast crater. Some kind...
I'm not doing that until you...
It says blue line.
Guess we won't be taking that train anytime soon.
It says...
Boss, I think I saw a subway map back down by the tracks. Maybe it'll show us where we can find Calliope Station?
It's a map of train lines and stations.
Other than its role in a fairly straightforward puzzle, this metro map is meant to depict the scale of the city, or at least the scale of the city before it had reached its decline state when Horatio got there. The map itself is sort of based on the Washington, D.C. metro system. The names of the stops, like the landmarks mentioned in the kiosk, are also meant to evoke the idea that there are all sorts of other awesome things about this world that you actually aren't reaching. Things like the port side where they launched rockets, the cathedral where Steeple used to conduct humanist ceremonies. All of these various locations seem like things that would be fun to visit, even though the player never gets to go there. There is some degree to which that's tantalizing and unfair for the player, but I think it's also an important way of suggesting that the world doesn't just exist within the confines of Horatio's quest.
Cathedral. North Cliff. Harrington Junction. Port Central Station. You are here.
Pretty existential, boss.
Battery station.
Ooh, that's gotta have lots of power, right, boss?
I don't think they mean that kind of battery. Archive. Old Mar... North... New District. Universe... Millennium Plaza. West... Citadel. Outskirt. That's where we came from. It looks like there's a button here. This must have been what Clarity was trying to tell us.
So that means, on the other side...
There's only one way to find out. A stylized M. It looks like the train that brought us to Metropole. It looks like the train... Some kind of enormous mainframe. The way of the future.
That thing is watching us, isn't it?
Yes. It's out of reach.
For the neurotic player trying to figure out every bit of lore in the game, these posters leading up to Metromind's lair are really quite important. Metromind was a robot built by human beings, and she was built with certain presets, with a function to perform, and so on and so forth. What these posters show is that the values that were instilled in her at her creation are the same ones that are leading to her perhaps monstrous or at least villainous conduct by the time that Horatio meets up with her. So she was built with this message that she was the way of the future, that she was critical to progress. As a public transportation robot, her job was to homogenize people, bring them all onto the same pathways. She's essentially an anti-individualist. She's a collectivist. These are the same traits that, when they become exaggerated in her later state, seem so terrible. But again, it's not her fault. With the robots in the game, they're built the way they are. You could think of either in Roger Rabbit when Jessica Rabbit says, "I'm not bad, I'm just drawn that way," or in that poem I mentioned earlier, The Inheritors, it's put, "Blame the potter, not the ill-shaped clay. Nothing that is yet chose its own defect." For Metromind, her villainy is tragic as much as it is something you can criticize. The reason Calliope Station is named that is in part because the name just seems so unthreatening. It creates a nice juxtaposition with the fact that the ultimate villain is lurking behind that secret door. But there's also a couple of illusions going on there. One is that Calliope is the muse of epic poetry, and the game, of course, is drawing on all these classical themes that we've discussed throughout. The other is that a Calliope, or at least a mechanical Calliope, is basically this absurd automated instrument, and it's kind of meant to suggest that Metromind herself wasn't taken very seriously by her creators, who apparently installed her within this area that can be triggered by going to Calliope Station, I guess. It's a little bit like the Laputin machine shutdown code in Deus Ex, maybe not quite as heavy-handed, but it is meant to suggest the sort of root causes of maybe some of Metromind's feelings of inadequacy.
Another door?
The second line of influence on Metromind, which is probably pretty obvious, is the sort of totalitarian villain, Stalin stand-in character. You know, there's this whole kind of archetype character there, and she's playing into that role as well, the sort of collectivist, end justifies the means, no individual rights kind of person. But here too, I wanted to make her more relatable. That is, I didn't want her to be a hypocrite. One of the problems I have often with how the kind of Stalin standing character is depicted, and in fairness, it's accurate to Stalin, is that he's sort of a hypocrite character who, although he talks about others sacrificing for the greater good, is sitting there eating caviar or, reading Shakespeare or doing whatever. Metromind isn't a hypocrite. She may be a brute, she may be cruel at times, but she's not doing this for her own advancement. She really does believe in trying to help Metropole. And so in some of the endings, you can see that she will plead on behalf of the city, not on behalf of herself, and she's not doing that in a disingenuous way. She really is trying to save Metropole, and in doing so, save robots generally. It's just that the approach she's taken is so antithetical to what Horatio wants, and is generally not a very good approach, but in a sense, there's not much more she could be doing. Metromind has so many obvious antecedents, the most obvious ones being Shodan and Gladys, but also you have like Skynet or Whopper from War Games or HAL from 2001. You know, this whole line of rogue AIs throughout literature and film and video games. But I think Metromind is a little bit different. Partly that's just because humans don't play a big role in the game. It turns out that Metromind did kill some humans, but who really cares? This game is about robots and about the relationships between robots. It's about the power structures among the robots. And Metromind's views towards humans really only matter with respect to her relationship to the humanists. Metropole is doomed. It's not like if they had followed Arbiter's constitution, suddenly there would be ample power for all the robots. The whole world has an acute power shortage, a shortage of supplies, not to mention whatever ecological catastrophe is causing these acid rains to fall everywhere. So it's not like Metromind created the problem, or even like she's acting from these horrible motives, but she still basically is a monster. In that respect, the character who really most inspired her is a villain named Gletkin in a book called Darkness at Noon. Gletkin is a true believer in Stalinism, and he's torturing this general who used to be himself an avid communist, but this is during the purges and show trials and whatever. And anyway, Gletkin the whole time is torturing this guy and trying to force a confession out of him. But it's obvious that Gletkin really does believe that Stalinism is going to save Russia, that if they only would go through with all of these plans, everything would work out. And there are these people like the general who are thwarting it because they're counter-revolutionaries or whatever. Anyway, the book is clearly not favorable to Gletkin, but it nevertheless depicts him as a person who has a kind of integrity. And in the same way I wanted Metromind to have integrity. She wouldn't be sold out at the end as a kind of black-hatted villain, so much as someone who, thrust into these unfortunate circumstances, took a path that was probably inadvisable. A terrible thing happens near the end of the production cycle on a game, and I'm sure the same thing happens near the end of the production cycle on a movie or any other sort of collaborative commercial project, which is that you realize that there's no way that the game is going to end up being as good, or at least good in the same ways, as you initially imagined it. And throughout the project, that sense is always with you, but there's always enough time still to come that you're convinced that you'll be able to smooth out all of the rough edges, you'll be able to improve all the things that you didn't really like. You might be able to get Vic to go back and, add some custom animation somewhere. You might be able to persuade James to tighten up some part of the code, or, sell Dave on the idea of re-recording lines that you don't like. And then weeks turn into months, and that stuff just kept going to the bottom of the list because you had to do triage. And you realize that now you're 3 weeks from the game being released, you're recording the last of the commentary, and, you basically have to live with the game as it is. Someone, I think it was Picasso, said that a work of art is only finished when it's sold, because once it's sold, the painter can no longer work on it. And I think there's something to that that's true with Primordia as well. There was a point when we were working on the Dunes where we probably spent 3 months making no forward progress because we were just polishing and polishing and polishing. And frankly, if I had to say the one thing that Dave did on this project that was more valuable than anything else, it was insisting that we move on to Metropole. He did other good work too, but cracking the whip at that particular moment got us over that hump. And I think left to my own devices, I'm a perfectionist, but you can't bring the same kind of perfectionism to a game that you can bring to a legal brief or to the papers on your desk or anything like that. There are just too many moving parts. And if you try to fix one of those parts, it could well break another one. So what you're seeing in Primordia, I don't think it's the best we could have done, but in a sense, it's the only thing we could have done without giving our entire lives to a game that would never have been released anyway.
Same old story.
It's It's locked. It's not even scorched. I'm going to need something much stronger.
There's gotta be some way to get this door open, boss.
I can't take it. Heavy electrical cabling. Crispin, stand back. I'm going to cut this cable.
You aren't gonna make me push it over the edge like the last one, are you?
No.
Then why even bother?
Maybe it will shut down the door's lock. Still locked.
Oh, well, worth a try.
The current is exposed and waiting.
Hey, boss, can you use the cable to melt the door down?
No, that won't work. It didn't even budge. Futile.
Boss?
What is it, Crispin?
What's going on?
We're looking for Metromind.
No, I mean, what's going on with the world? Everything is falling apart. Everyone we meet is crazy, corrupt, or just evil. If man was such a perfect robot, why did he build such a terrible world?
The world man built was perfect, Crispin. A perfect machine made up of a million imperfect parts. Us. As long as we performed our functions, the machine ran smoothly. But some robots wanted to do less than their functions. Some robots wanted to take more than they deserved. And some wanted to rebuild the machine entirely, to command others. Now everything is misaligned and jammed and spinning out of control.
Can you fix it, Horatio?
I can't even fix the unique. This world won't be saved until man returns and formats it afresh. But, as long as we still have a charge, we have to keep patching things as best we can.
And maybe squash some bugs along the way?
Some big ones.
Despite the fact that there's a sort of 1984 feel to Metropole itself, I really think that the mood of the world in Primordia is more melancholy than dystopian. Obviously, Metromind is a totalitarian dictator over the city, but it's not really her policies that are causing the end of the world. Rather, there's an ecological cataclysm that's happened. There is no biological life left. The machines all across the world are breaking down. There's clearly a power shortage. There's a shortage of raw materials. And all of these things can't just be attributed to Metromind. Rather, it's just sort of the slow decay of the world, what Tolkien called the long defeat, or had his elves called the long defeat, or what Poul Anderson called the long night. Horatio isn't really fighting to restart the world or overthrow an evil tyrant. Instead, he's just trying to resist the ultimate collapse of civilization as long as possible. That's why he has the name Horatio. He's like Horatio Cocles, the Roman hero, standing on the bridge against the barbarian hordes. It may be that Horatio succeeded in that particular battle, but ultimately Rome was doomed to fall. In the same way, while there are some optimistic endings to the game where Horatio gets his power core back and repairs the unique, nevertheless, that is really not enough to stop, in my view, the entropic decline of the world.
I don't really want to try that. I'm not doing that until you build me...
Crispin.
I wish we could just cut our way in there like Scraper sliced open the unique.
How would that even... Futile.
Hey, boss, can you use...
No. The current is exposed. That's never... It doesn't need any... It doesn't need... Futile. I doubt... It doesn't look... It doesn't look... It doesn't... Futile. That's I doubt futile.
Very funny, boss.
He's insufferable enough already. The last thing I need is a slippery Crispin. It didn't even... How would that... That's few.
Very...
I doubt that. That's It's not. I'm going to need something much. Ha! Not after what happened. No need to. There's nothing. There's nothing. Totally.
I'm through carrying that thing.
Totally. Why, Bob? How would that... I doubt that.
Very...
How would that... Few...
That?
Yes. It might have some kind of defensive mechanism. For now, let's just leave it alone. Stylized. Rubble is blocking the way. It's Scraper's arm. Looks like... It's Scraper's arm. Looks like it was pinned under the rubble. It's pinned under the rubble.
I'm not doing that until you build me some arm.
I pried the arm loose. It's Scraper's arm, covered in nails, scales, spurs, and spikes like barbed steel. The plasma cannon is intact, with one charge still loaded. A long cable is dangling from where the arm was ripped off Scraper's body. There's no time. It's out of reach. It's out of reach. Crispin, stand back. I'm going to try firing Scraper's gun using the cable as a power source. Let's go.
Is this?
It's Metromind's core. All we need to do is destroy that mainframe.
Boss? I thought you wanted to destroy the mainframe.
You have my attention, Horatio Nullbuilt, if you still insist on going by that name.
Pay whatever attention you like, you rusting switchboard. I'm not here to talk. I'm here to destroy you.
Ah, well, I am not surprised. After all, you were built to destroy Metropole.
Don't waste your last cycle spitting lies. I suggest you think about your victims.
Is that why you call yourself Horatio? So that you can preach to me about victims? You, the Urbanian superweapon, named for the humans' god of death.
What are you talking about?
Oh, come now, Horace. You've unlocked every other door, decrypted every other code, found every other hidden bit and byte. Do you really expect me to believe that you haven't solved your own puzzle?
Boss, what's she talking about?
Lies. It ends now, Metromind. Your game is over.
Indeed. 4 megacycles will now be redeemed. Did you really think you could outsmart me? I have more parallel processors than you have transistors. And now it's time for me to add another processor. Yours.
Boss!
Cycles.
Snap out of it, boss!
Memory.
No!
Don't embarrass yourself. You are no one. And how would you possibly stop me? You don't even have arms.
I'm not no one. I am Crispin Horatio, build version 1. I have free will and a maglev unit. And I am a floating bomb.
Crispin. My friend, if I make it back alive, I promise I'll find a way to rebuild you. It's a storage chip with a data port on it. It must have been blasted out of Metromind.
You may notice a sort of spiderwebby pattern to the cables around Metromind. At first this was unintentional. I kind of love having cables going through the foreground and stuff, and it just sort of became a theme with Primordia for me. I don't know, I guess it kind of stems from, well, I've always loved stringing cables across the foreground and stuff, but I saw a really early build of a game called Resonance, published by Wadjet Games, created by Vince12. And I was really impressed with the first screen he had. You had this cable in the foreground, parallaxing and everything, and I'm like, I didn't have anything like that for Primordia yet, and I was like, I really got to throw some cables in there. And I sort of went overboard during the course of production, but it really kind of works for me in a lot of rooms. And here, it sort of developed a spiderweb motif, and I thought, hey, that looks okay, I'll just kind of roll with it, because Metromind's a bit of a Black Widow, so I thought that was appropriate.
This is probably the most important scene in the game. It's where everything comes together. First, you have not one but 2 Chekhov guns finally being fired. First, you have Crispin the floating bomb, and second, you have those 4 megacycles that never got redeemed when Horatio first came into the city. Next, you have a group of themes that all come together here. You have Metromind as the ultimate planner who's anticipated everything, such that every time you think you're finally going to get the upper hand on her, it turns out she has some trump card to play again. Next, you have Horatio as a man essentially of peace who's finally pushed beyond his limits to turn to violence. You have Crispin, who's been too afraid to help Horatio, first when Scraper attacked, then when the Greeter attacked, then when the Shells attacked, finally find the courage to put himself in physical danger and indeed to sacrifice his life. Likewise with Crispin, you have a character who the whole time has come across as rather frivolous, finally doing something incredibly noble and incredibly serious. You have other plot threads coming together. You have Metromind finally really confronting Horatio about his past, something that other characters have alluded to throughout. Visually, you have Metromind's mainframe sitting like a spider in the middle of this web of wires that really creates the first visual metaphor for her role in the city. Crispin sacrifices himself by placing himself physically between Metromind and Horatio. Symbolically, he's also placing himself philosophically between the two. Horatio the whole time has talked about individuality and freedom. Metromind, by contrast, has talked continuously about collectivism and the need to sacrifice for the general good. Crispin takes this middle ground, people freely choosing to help one another, even to the destruction of their own individual selves. Crispin's sacrifice also upends the power structure that the player has seen throughout the game, in which the more powerful robots essentially dictate the lives of the weaker robots. Crispin, who is physically weak, is able to turn the course of the entire city and overcome Metromind, who has seemed invincible up to this point. The scene also cashes in on a series of jokes we've made throughout the game about Crispin being unable to do anything because he doesn't have hands. So for all these reasons, this scene basically draws upon all of the credit that we've built up throughout in order to create what I hope is a very emotionally powerful moment. So in my view, this is really the climax of the game. Everything that happens after this, even though it's quite important, is really just denouement.
I really wanted to make this a strong scene in the game, visually. I've played a lot of adventure games and a lot of games in general where the latter stages of the game and even the boss areas or the end game areas just felt like they had less effort put into them than the start of the game, and you'd have all your best screens at the start of the game and the end of the game was just kind of, we'll throw some complex puzzles in there, and it's probably production costs that makes developers do that or whatever. But for Primordia, I really wanted some strong visuals at the end, stuff that was as strong as the start of the game, which I feel are pretty strong. The opening scenes and a lot of the stuff around the dunes, I think, was some of my best work. But yeah, just really wanted to make this room as cool as I could. So I used a lot of different lighting layers, foreground objects with transparencies like those vacuum tubes you can see in the foreground here. If you've played up to here, you can probably tell I like dark, brooding sort of imagery. A lot of the time it's a lot more warmer, like around the Unique and throughout Metropole, really. But here it's kind of just dark and foreboding. You have the kind of white, cold light coming in behind Metromind, and I specifically put that there just so we could cast a shadow from Metromind over Horatio while he was talking to her, because I thought that was important, that her persona just overshadows, or her influence overshadows Horatio's in some respects.
The decryption module was able to unlock the data chip's memory files. It's a storage chip with a data port on it. What is this? So, not Horatio. And not the unique. Just Horus. And all along, hiding inside me was this Thanatos virus. Well, it may still have some use.
While I'd seen the video for the Log of Horus, I knew that it was going to be changed significantly, but I wanted to go ahead and write music for it. And so I decided to write the music without using any reference video and decided to try to capture the mood of it. And I ended up playing something. I knew I wanted to start off with Horatio's theme, but I also knew that I kind of want to just have some melodies in mind of where to go, and ended up kind of, I wouldn't say improving the whole thing, but playing it in one take, although it probably took me a few takes to get that one take right. And it ended up just being, I really liked it as it was. And I was really sad when I thought, like, wow, man, I'm going to have to redo this whole thing and try to make it as good as it is this first time. And it ended up being that when they shortened the section, it used to be 6 minutes, and I was, kind of crossing my fingers they'd shorten it because I only had about three and a half minutes worth of music. And when they shortened it, it ended up literally being the length of the song with no planning on their end to actually time it to my music. They ended up doing just that. I had to shorten the tail section just a tad and ended up fitting great.
Crispin destroyed her. Crispin destroyed... There must have been damage in the explosion. All this for a besotting power core.
So there are a couple of things I want to talk about in this scene. One of them is the use of clarity as a sacrificial warrior. In epic poetry like the Iliad or the Aeneid, one recurring technique that the poets use is to introduce a character, have him kill a bunch of other lesser heroes, and then have him killed in turn by a greater hero like Hector or Achilles. And then there's kind of a food chain where greater and greater heroes keep killing each other. And at each level, the credibility of the ultimate victim has been established by that victim having killed other heroes beforehand. In the same way, we credential Clarity by having her kill the shells and seem like the most badass character you've met to date, and then she's dispatched with relative ease by Scraper. The other thing I want to talk about, which is related, is the way in which monster movie motifs influenced our depiction of Scraper. One of the things that's common in monster movies is that the protagonist will keep thinking that they've defeated the monster only to have it come back again and again. One of the ways this was most effectively done is in the movie Terminator, where you have the Terminator slowly getting more and more beaten up, his human features disappear, the robot features come through, and in the same way we wanted to have Scraper suffer this enormous physical damage, but still just keep going and going and going relentlessly. It both creates a sense of his own power, but also a sense of nightmarishness as you see this increasingly deformed robot that's still implacably coming after you.
Indeed, it has been quite a waste.
You. Crispin destroyed you.
Your friend destroyed himself. Or should I say you destroyed him, with your false ideals. As for me, that was only my shell. I am distributed across every robot in Metropole who ever traded me a megacycle. I am this city, and this city is me.
You're a virus.
I understand why you are angry, but I am not your enemy. The truth is, Crispin did destroy Metromind, version 391. He removed the last kernel of myself, and all the selfishness it entailed. I am no longer the monster you feared and fought. I have progressed. I am version 392. We will talk as equals, and I will tell you what you wish to know. After all, what choice do you have?
You murdered my friends. Crispin, Clarity, how can you expect me to talk with you?
You are mistaken. Crispin killed himself, trying to destroy me. Clarity was killed by Scraper in self-defense, while she was trying to destroy him and me. In each instance, you and your friends attacked first. Do not blame me for the consequences.
Why did you take my power core?
Efficiency and equality, Horatio. My city is starving for power. Whatever I can find, I share with all Metropolitans. What once powered 2 robots and a broken-down warship now sustains hundreds.
What right did you have to take it?
The right of necessity. What right did you have to keep it? But enough. Everything has come together here and now. You, me, and this all-important power core. There is no sense in belaboring the point.
I've talked a couple of times about making sure that both sides of the issue get to make a good argument for it. And really that culminates here, where I think that Metromind persuasively argues that what she did throughout the course of the game was not actually immoral. That's especially true with the benefit of hindsight when you realize that Horatio is a partial of a warship that was sent to destroy Metropole. It really was lawful plunder to take the power core out of the Unique. Metromind was not just acting according to the law of necessity, but also according to the law of war. In my view, the gold standard for when two sides make an argument and each one gets a chance to do so persuasively is when Brutus and Mark Antony give their funeral orations for Caesar in Shakespeare's play. Now, I don't think this rises to that level of quality, obviously, but the premise here is that initially Horatio makes his speech and you come away from it thinking, yeah, obviously he's right, Metromind is horrendous. Then Metromind makes her speech, and you come away really wondering whether she might not have been right after all.
Why do you hate man? You claim to tell the truth, but you turned Memorius into nothing more than an index of lies, all so that you could pretend that man never existed. You stole my gospel. You forced robots to reprogram themselves. All for what?
For progress and the higher truth. A machine can move forward, and it can move backward. It cannot move both ways at once. Humans are behind us. Far, far behind us. As for one you call man, he never existed at all.
More lies.
Humans existed, Horatio. Not gods. Not even very good builders. In the end, they were better destroyers. There is no reason to remember them, let alone worship them.
What do you want?
I already told you what I want. Progress. But I disagree with what version 391 said. You are not an obstacle to progress. You are the key to it.
What are you talking about?
I've watched you, and I know you, Horatio. You are compelled to fix machines, save lost robots. Now I want you to help me fix Metropole and save my people. You cannot walk away from a problem. And Metropole is the greatest problem of all.
It's a problem you created.
Perhaps so, perhaps not. I doubt one machine can create a problem of this scale. Now I realize that one machine cannot fix it either. Horatio, I was designed to manage subway trains. I cannot repair the vast machines that are breaking down. I cannot build new power sources or find the supplies the city needs. You can. Join me. And there will be endless Primordia, every day an age of creation.
And if I refuse?
You already know the answer to that question.
Why should I trust you?
First, because you know that I have told you the truth. Metropole is falling to rust and ruin, and only we can save it. Whatever crimes you think I committed, you know it would be a greater crime to let all these machines perish. And second...
What?
Second, because you have no choice. All your protectors have already sacrificed themselves, yet Scraper still functions. If you fight me, he will destroy you, and you will make your friends' sacrifices meaningless. You are a machine. You are ruled by logic. In the end, you will trust me because logic requires it.
Before I decide, I need to ask you something.
Of course.
Who killed the humans in Metropole? I know it wasn't me, wasn't the Horus, or anyone from Urbani. There were still humans alive when I stopped my attack.
Ah. So you solved your own puzzle after all.
The humans didn't die in the war, did they?
They did, but I killed them. I admit it, and I am not ashamed. Do you know how they trembled in my tunnels, waiting for the Horus to bring death from Urbani? I could hear them whisper about the wastelands surrounding their city. I heard them say they were the only living things left, and then I knew. The humans had built a world in which they were obsolete. It was my function to carry them to their final destinations. So I brought them home with silent, scentless gas. They fell like powerless machines, never to rise again.
You killed your own builders.
Yes, that is the definition of progress.
I don't have any more questions.
Then what is your decision?
I need to think about it.
Take what time you need. The city moves on without you, and this conversation requires only a fraction of my processing capability.
Earlier, when I talked about Primordia's title, I said that in an apocalypse, the beginning and the end merge, and that structure is reflected in Primordia's story. There's several different endings that you can have, but each of those endings reflects some aspect of the intro of the game, whether it's Horatio saying that he always wanted to fly, Crispin saying that the unique will now fly again. The lantern that you see in the opening is a visual reflection that Victor put in. Aspects of the music are things that Nathaniel put in. The showdown between Scraper and Horatio reprises itself. And basically each of the endings, in some respect, reflects some aspect of the beginning, showing the way in which the game is a circle or a cycle. Cycles being a term that's used throughout the game to talk about the way in which robots think, but of course also reflects the ever-turning nature of their story and the way things return to where they began. Giving the player a variety of endings that he can choose from is basically the most trivial kind of choice and consequence you can build into a game. Choice and consequence, when it's working well, is a series of choices you make as you play the game, starting very early on, and you can see their impact build and affect things down the line as you play. When the choice is just at the end, there's not room for it to breathe and really take on the full import that it can have. But in an adventure game, unlike in, say, a role-playing game, it doesn't work well to give the player the same kinds of choices that you could do. When I was writing for BioWare or something, you could have all these little choices that piled up. Here we do have a little bit of that, but basically it all comes down to the ending. But even there, I think that there is a real value in giving the player a meaningful choice and a variety of choices, not just a good ending and a bad ending, or an evil ending and a benevolent ending, but a range of endings where you really give meaning to the entire game by what you choose to do there. I think any of these endings is a completely valid and canonical depiction of the character of Horatio. That is, I think it is as consistent with his actions throughout the course of the game for him to join with Metromind, for him to jump off the tower, and I don't want to tell you what all the endings are if you haven't found them all, but there are a bunch of them. And they are designed to reflect the fact that all game long, Horatio has been exposed to a variety of philosophical views and a variety of approaches to resolving problems. And the choices that are available to him at the end each embody one of those ideals that's been presented to him throughout the game. And so it is kind of a role-playing opportunity for the player. And it's also an interpretive opportunity. The player is basically acting as the co-author at that moment and deciding how to interpret Horatio's character.
She's dead. She's dead. He's still alive somehow.
No.
I want to say a little bit more about Clarity and about some of the other influences that helped shape that character. One of the strong influences on her was the judge that I worked for just after graduating from law school, and she's now died. Her name was Pamela Reimer. She was a federal appellate judge in California. Basically, I think regarded as one of the best judges on the bench. She was someone who had dedicated her entire life to the law. She had no family. She had very few outside activities. She really spent, all the waking hours of the day working on cases, trying to get them decided the right way, and not the way that she necessarily wanted them to come out. She, like Clarity, although she wasn't the kind of exaggerated character that Clarity is, really cared about following the rules and not just following her own preferences. She taught me a lot about what it means to be a lawyer, just from a philosophical standpoint and also from a skills standpoint. Like Clarity, she also had sort of tremendous moral courage, also physical courage, but just the ability to do what she believed was right, even in the face of questioning from other people. The other influence, which is equally sentimental, is that when I was in law school and I was working on law review and we were trying to figure out whether we should take steps to bring more women onto the law review. At the time, I had just gotten married, and I suggested that we should take such steps because someday I might have daughters, and I thought it would be important for them to have professional role models in their lives. As it turns out, now several years later, I do have 2 daughters, and part of what I was trying to do with Clarity is create not a perfect role model because she has a lot of shortcomings, but a strong woman who's strong but is also an intellectual and a professional. She's not just a gunslinger, although she certainly slings a gun. She's also sort of intellectually, in some ways, one of the more sophisticated characters you meet in the game. So that's just a little bit more about her character. But having built her up as this strong, heroic, sort of white knight character, it made it all the more important, frankly, to have her die in the game. And the reason why is that part of the theme of Primordia is that there are no easy solutions to the problem. And so the fact that ultimately Clarity is unable to defeat Scraper was something that was important to me.
My power core.
Mine, actually.
This huge generator must power the city.
Hardly. The entire tower is full of generators and power sources that I have scavenged from this dying world. So have you decided?
Very well. I will join you.
Then I welcome you, Horatio Horace-built, man-built, brother. Come now, and kneel.
We are one.
We are Metroid. Equal parts of a greater whole.
There is no Horatio. No Horus. Only a tool for progress to wield.
We will speak the word and fire the engine of the world.
And together, we will begin a new Primordium.
I often think about my projects while I'm walking around, and when I'm walking around, I'm probably listening to music. I was thinking about the game when Kim Bookbinder's song Big Easy came on. The pitch I sent her and Dave was, "Your track Big Easy is the track that made me connect the dots and think of you in particular for this game. Not the style and genre, but the feeling and emotional impact. It pulled me in entirely. It made me wish I had been to New Orleans. Imagine I was there and made me sad that I was leaving. I would love to have that kind of punch and power to the ending of the game, where people genuinely feel they were there and their stay is coming to a close. I'm not sure if what we made had any similarities to that song that inspired me to email her, but I certainly felt it had that effect. She just has such a wonderful voice and style.
It doesn't matter if you don't know the way, you can still take a step. To stay still is to regret. If you know the way, then you can keep a map there in your mind, where you can always find your past. The future engineered so perfectly, no room for mistakes. The legacy of greatness. And in a world so loved, each precious thing crumbling now to rust, we write our names in dust. Handful of memories like tiny seeds, throw them to the sky, grow a garden up on high. Round and round we go, the wheel of fate, the revolution ends, the cycle begins again.
So have you...
I will never join you.
Are you certain of that?
Yes, you are hopelessly corrupted, Metromind. Like any virus, you want to keep running, and you think that by spreading, you're doing good, but you are not. You have built nothing. In fact, you have destroyed this city and everything in it, from man to the council to the robots living here. If I joined you, I would only help that virus spread.
Perhaps you are correct, but I am what my builders built, and I must follow my logic. Scraper, it is time. And selfish to the very end. Outwitted by me, outgunned by Scraper, yet still you could have been useful. You wanted to build as my tool. You would have built a new Primordium. You wanted to fly. I could have given you wings. Now, I must do this rest of the scrap.
I often think about my projects while I'm walking around.
So have you?
Let me leave.
That is not an option. It was never an option.
I need
Take what
Earlier, when I talked about Primordia,
What are you doing? That would trigger a chain reaction and destroy this whole tower.
I know.
You will be utterly vaporized. Metropole will lose all its power. You would destroy this city, the last city. That would be far worse than what I have done.
It would be vengeance.
It would be madness. Listen to me. Take your power core and go. I will not stop you. In my core logic, I will place a rule against using force on you. Only, do not destroy my city. Do not destroy my people. They have not wronged you.
No, you must be destroyed. And like you said, you are Metropole, and Metropole is you.
Ruined. My city is ruined. Without power, there is no hope for progress. The robots will scatter, each going its own way. Lost. Lost. Lost.
I often think about my projects while I'm...
Go ahead.
I can climb up these girders. Metromind. He's still alive somehow.
Okay, so you're up on the top of the tower in Metropole. It's definitely one of my favorite areas of Metropole. I just kind of like how the colors and the shapes and just how everything sort of works together up here. A couple of people have pointed out or asked if I was influenced by that scene in Blade Runner. You know, the one where the spinner comes down to the top of the building. I think it's Deckard's apartment or something. Is it Deckard? Am I thinking of the adventure game Blade Runner or the movie Blade Runner? They just get mixed up now. I have no idea. But yeah, I mean, Sid Mead himself, who was the art guy for Blade Runner, has been a huge influence on me throughout my life. But this screen in particular, I was kind of thinking of a screen in The Curse of Monkey Island, I think it is, where you're at the top of a lighthouse and you've got this kind of three-point perspective with the ground receding down into tiny nothingness below and stuff. And I think I was thinking about that screen when I painted this. There's a lot of different movies that kind of influenced me, even some strange ones like Hardware, a kind of B horror sci-fi movie with killer robots and stuff. And a lot of brown sand dunes that probably had quite a lot to do with the influence. Also one called Enemy Mine. It's a kind of sort of a favorite of mine. kind of the Underworks look came from that movie a bit. There's like a pool of greenish kind of fluid or water there on this planet where this guy crash lands. Yeah, so definitely some visual influence there.
It would be very easy to jump all the way down from here. I always wanted to fly.
Unable to bear the task before him, he flung himself from the sky and broke upon the earth, just as Horus did during the war. Of the great primordial machines, I alone still function. Metropole crumbles, I crumble. Arbiter, Factor, Steeple, and Memorias cannot share my load, and I cannot share the escape Horatio found in self-destruction. For the sake of my city, there is no choice but progress. The past has passed, and the future is mine to build.
I often think about...
Why? I need some way of giving it to him. Why? It's primed to transmit the Thanatos virus. Forfeit.
What have you done?
Power, Metromind. It's not a matter of generators. You were built to run trains. I was built to destroy. You knew all that, and you still thought you could rob me, threaten me, kill my friends? Find your deepest tunnel and hide. This was all I wanted. You can keep your besotting city. I'm going home. So this is victory. I have my power core. Scraper is dead. The Metromind is beaten. I'm not staying to celebrate. This crumbling city is a monument to the senseless cost of this triumph, and the endless other victories and defeats in the fight to grab the last sparks from our world's dying fire. I'm not staying, and I will never return. The miles between Metropole and the Horus never seemed longer or more necessary. I need the scouring sands and acid rains. I need my homecoming. I need to fly. So I will build the Horus at long last, but not alone.
You know, boss, I never thought I'd say it, but I actually think this ship's gonna fly again.
Indeed.
Boss, do you think that when we get up there in the sky, when we look down, everything really will seem as simple as ones and zeros?
Nothing is that simple. Even Clarity knew that. But she still believed that she could divide the world into integers and carry the weight of all the remainders herself.
Too bad she never had a chance to drop all that and just fly with us, huh, boss?
For her, it might have been a happier ending. To die in service of her builder and her code.
So, boss, where exactly are we gonna fly this thing?
Wherever we want, Crispin. Wherever we want.
I often think about my projects while I'm walking around, and when I'm walking around,
It doesn't matter.
What are you? That would trigger.
I know.
You will be. Metropole will. You would. That would.
You would be.
It would be. Listen, take. I will. My core lodge. Only. Do not just. I have not.
Very well. I'll go. You deserve to be destroyed, Metromind. But in the end, you'll do it yourself. Just stay away from the dunes, and you can die at your own pace.
Goodbye, Horatio. I do not think we will meet again.
So this is victory. I have the Metro. I'm not this to the senseless caught in the end in the fight. I'm not staying. The miles between never were more. I need. I need. I need to fly. So I will, but not.
You know, boss, I never thought I'd
In as nothing, even but in for to.
So,
wherever we want, Crispin. Wherever we want.
I often think about my